Testing. Oh, we're on. We're live. Oh, I feel like I need to get this on my screen. Okay, if everyone could go ahead and take their seats, we're going to go ahead and get started. Okay, well, welcome everyone to the 2024 John Breaux Symposium, AI in Mass Communication. My name is Maria Desroches, and I'm the program coordinator for the Reilly Center for Media and Public Affairs here at the Manship School. Before we get started, I just want to go over a few housekeeping notes. First, please silence your cell phones. We do encourage tweeting or Xing, Instagramming, Snapchatting, and all other social media engagement. And if you do, please feel free to tag us at LSU Reilly Center. Secondly, we have built-in time at the end of each of our panels today to answer audience questions. So please hold all questions until the end. And then, of course, like after each of our speakers, if we have questions, you guys can feel free to jump in and we'll do it that way instead. So another thing is that we really wanted this event to be super interactive and engaged. So we do have QR codes on the back of all the chairs today. And this goes to a Google Drive folder that we have. So it'll have all of the materials that our presenters are using today. And we also invite you to share information and tools on AI that you have found helpful. And that you might think that others will find useful as well. So yeah, we invite you guys to engage. So now I'll be happy to turn it over to Dr. Janae Slocum, Reilly Center Director, for some opening remarks.
Thank you, Maria. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Manship School. We're super excited about our event today and the conversations that we're going to have. This idea really came about because we knew we wanted to talk about AI, and we want to talk about how it's affecting mass comm industries. Obviously, that touches on so many other elements of how AI is affecting our lives at this point. But you're going to hear about some really exciting things. You're going to hear from folks who are teaching with AI. They're teaching AI. They're using it in business enterprise planning, and we'll also have folks who are using it in politics and other realms of our lives. And just so you know, the Breaux Symposium is the signature event for the Reilly Center for Media and Public Affairs. It's been around since the early 2000s. It was actually probably one of the first things that the Reilly Center ever did when it was established. So this is a really important event for us, and we put a lot of effort into it. Typically, we try to have an academic publication come out of this as well, which we will be doing with our speakers and folks who've been planning. And we'll also be using AI in the development of that document. So we tried to incorporate AI into every element of this. So our first panel is hold on. We have 3 panels today and keynote speakers. The first panel is our panel on pedagogy, AI Powered Pedagogy, harnessing the potential for teaching and learning. Everyone who will present is either an instructor here or a professor here, and they discuss AI or use AI extensively in their work. Our second panel is Real World Innovators, a crash course in AI communication practice. And this will feature folks who are out in industry using these tools and how they're using them, either for their creative work or even to do data analysis to save their clients money. And our third panel, which is really exciting, will actually be Reilly Center staff. So we ran or are running an experiment through this event. Half of our staff used kind of our traditional methods to develop everything around the event, especially the materials, and the other half of the staff used AI tools. And so they're going to talk to you about their experience with that. And that experiment will also be something that gets discussed in the publication that will result from this. And then we will conclude with a keynote panel with 2 speakers, Chelsea Sparrow, who's the culture and creative lead for the global search and AI team at Microsoft, and Evriel Epps, a computational social scientist and PhD. Actually, she She's not a PhD candidate anymore. She just defended her dissertation, so she is a PhD at Harvard University, and she's going to discuss the cultural and developmental impacts of AI. And our LSU Executive Vice President and Provost, Dr. Roy Haggerty, will also moderate. If you don't know, our Provost is very keen on AI and is even teaching a class, which one of our panelists is teaching with him. So now I want to turn it over to Lyric Mandel to do our introductions. And Lyric will also be defending her dissertation soon. You're going to do just fine. So she will soon also be Dr. Mandel. Let's see. So her research investigates media effects within entertainment, health, and political communication. And in her courses that she teaches here at the Manship School, she has incorporated AI pretty extensively. So that's part of why she's going to be moderating for us today. She's really our MC. In her professional work, she's also got a side hustle, which will become her main hustle once she's done with her PhD. She runs a creative marketing and artist management agency called Tootie, where she integrates AI-driven strategies to redefine brand and artist storytelling and audience engagement. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, Janae, and I'm really excited to be here today as both part of the planning process and for your MC. I promise I'll try to talk slow and clearly. Whether you stumbled in or you registered, we're really excited to be here, that you're here. But if you've not registered for our event today, if you could go see Ty over at the registration table, we want an accurate count of all of the people here. Now, I'd like to begin our first panel, which is called AI Powered Pedagogy, Harnessing the Potential for Teaching and Learning. And I'm going to introduce our speakers. Our first speaker is Henry Hayes, the CEO and co-founder of Dispute Ready. He spearheads a cutting-edge business intelligence firm focusing on emerging technology, specifically AI. As an adjunct instructor at LSU's Roger Ogden Honors College, he imparts his expertise by teaching courses on AI and LLMs, shaping the future minds of innovators. Our next speaker is Dr. Roy Heidelberg. He's associate professor and chair of the Department of Public Administration at LSU, and he has written widely on subjects including accountability, bureaucracy, and public administration. His scholarship explores artificial intelligence, expertise, and the intersection of politics and technology. And finally, our last speaker is Ginger Gunther, who is a dynamic communications professional with more than 28 years of experience. She currently serves as a communications manager for the LSU School of Veterinary Medicine, where she leads a wide range of strategic initiatives to promote the school's mission and achievements. She's also the official spokesperson of Mike 7, LSU's live tiger mascot, and oversees media relations and social media for the mascot and LSU's mascot program. And if you're new here, you should definitely go see Mike off the corner of our campus. Without further ado, let's get started with our first presentation by Henry Hayes.
All right. That's where you can clap. Come on. Sure. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Hot Box. Where are we? The Manship School of Communication. My name is Henry Hayes. It's good to be with you guys today. I'm really happy to be here, and I'm not just saying that, but I'm kind of a maniac for this place. I'll show you why in a second. I have a graduate student here. I have a junior in the Honors College, and then we have an 18-year-old who's coming to LSU in 3 months. And then I teach a class here. I went here, and I'm from California, and I decided to move back to LSU, but this was my license plate in California. So I'm kind of committed. So thank you, right? Yeah. And yes, that tells you that I'm 50% clinically insane. I moved from San Diego back to Baton Rouge, so not all the screws are tight. So yeah, guys, today. I agreed to do this for you. Today is about you, and if you're here, you probably have questions, concerns. How do I use this? What is this? Everywhere from can we spell AI to are you a Python level coder? So the extent to which you raise your hand and we get this informative, the better, because you're going to see in a couple of my slides, this is, guys, the business disruptor of all of our lifetimes. And I don't have to ask, that is for sure. And so I want to start there with my personal story. So I was 20 years in the biotech industry. We started a company out of California in 2008. I was a second employee. We sold that company in 2014 for a healthy amount of money, and I left. And at that time, how many of you in the room are from Baton Rouge? Raise your hand. Okay, do y'all remember when you were driving down either Essen or Siegen, and you looked to your left, and you looked again and you saw a Blockbuster video store boarded up. Do you remember that? I almost hit the car in front of me because that's not something you see every day. Blockbuster was around when I was a kid. I was at LSU, dating life, my kids, right? And yet, here they are boarded up. So I pulled into the parking lot because I wanted to see what was going on. Was there a really bad night manager? You know, did the Nutria take the place over? What happened to Blockbuster? Netflix happened, right? But guys, don't kid yourself. I'm 52 years old. When Netflix launched, it was like, that was cute. You had your queue, and you could keep the video for as long as you wanted to. No late fee, cute. And then Blockbuster's out of business. That was 10 years ago. So based on that, we started an emerging technology boutique agency that sat on what we call the Essential 8. So it's artificial intelligence, the blockchain, augmented virtual reality, drones, 3D printing, and the Internet of Things. And then November 2022 happened, which, what happened on November 30th, 2022? Anybody know? What's that? Something was launched that day. ChatGPT. OpenAI, the genie got out of the bottle, and then we have not been the same since then. So we are essentially an AI dev shop. We build these tools for small to medium-sized businesses, and we're helping make sense of this for everyone in business. So I want to take you guys back, though, before we talk about AI, to say on some disruptive themes. Let me put my deck up here for us. All right, here we go. Let's see, it's got a big view here. There we go. All right. All right, so look, this is labeled under innovation. Set aside the letters A and I for a minute, okay? This is just simple innovation. This is giving your customers more of what they want better, right? And Henry Ford is one of the OG innovators. And this is a great quote from him, which he says, if I had asked people what they wanted, they would have said faster horses. So if we don't switch from the CPU to the GPU, do we have AI today? Maybe, maybe not. The point in that slide is, guys, that quote is over 120 years old. So innovation doesn't wait for any of us. And it's safe to assume we're getting a little faster these days with the cycles of innovation than back then 120 years ago. So I want to sit here for a second because you all know these names. You've all participated in these disruptive companies. But they have a couple things in common. So they used an emerging technology, and most of them had a different business model. And if you see their names on this screen, it means they're the leader in their space. Now that's important because those 6 parts of our economy, guys, as America, have been around since Paul Revere made his ride in some form or fashion. And yet, does anyone want to guess how many on the screen are over 20 years old? What do you think, my librarian friend? Give me a guess.
Over 20?
Uh-huh. Companies that are over 20 years old on the screen.
Maybe Amazon.
Okay, you're close. I heard it right here.
I was gonna
It's
say
3. What are they?
Skype, Amazon,
And Netflix.
Correct. And Netflix. That's right.
Sorry.
She stole your thunder. Hey, eager student up front. Okay, why is that important? Because, guys, I just told you, these industries have been around for over 240 years in a capitalist country. And you would think, what's your last name?
Lynn.
Wouldn't you think the Lynn family? 150 years, man, we got this thing figured out. We passed it down generation to generation. And yet we just agreed that 3 of these guys just got out of college. The rest are acne and they're still growing up. So the learning is, this is fast, but guys, these are 25-year-old companies. So there are companies coming now with the power of AI that are days old, not years old like this. So it's important. Real quick show of hands, how many in the room do not have a username and a password on Netflix? Raise your hand for me. Okay, now, of those that raise their hands, whose password and username do you steal? Let's just get it out. Let's be honest. Come on, we're all friends here. There was about 6. Okay, guys, we have about maybe 75 people in this room. Let me ask it this way. How many in the room are like, you know what, Henry, I'm actually thinking about cutting the cord. I don't watch that much Netflix anymore. I'm thinking about canceling it. You did. Congratulations, sir. You're free from the matrix. Let me ask you another question. Who in the room has not gotten a package from Amazon in the last week? Raise your hand. A third of the room, okay? Guys, change has happened, and it's happening under our feet. And this is all pre-November 2022. So these principles that these disruptive companies stepped into, AI is going to make that look like kindergarten. Okay, and I'm coming to you from the business principles of all this. Netflix. Reed Hastings, guys, was a mathematician. He was a Caltech nerd. Horn rim glasses, pocket protector, straight out of central casting. Meaning he had zero experience in the entertainment industry. He was a logics guy by nature. And today, Netflix is the largest entertainment company in the world. And wouldn't you think that someone like, hey man, we're going to compete with Steven Spielberg. We've made a lot of movies. We went to USC Film School. We're going to dominate him. Guys, the incumbents that are coming to markets now on purpose do not have that experience because they see the margin on the table and they're using this technology to take it. So this is a fun, cute slide deck 5 years ago, 3 years ago. Today, it's not a matter of if an incumbent's coming for your market, including this one right here. That's why I teach a class here. I lost a bet to the dean. Another story. But I'm pounding on my alma mater to say, guys, we got to innovate. We got to change. How long has it been since someone got up in front of someone like you with a roof and 4 walls and said, here's the information, spit it back to me in a test, I'll see you in December for the final. It's decades over decades of that style. So it's not a matter of if, but when. That's got to change, and it will. And AI is going to be a driver of that. Let's talk about real quick how it does change before we get to, this is where you don't want to be here, and there's room in the back. So three areas, guys, and this is relevant because before AI, this is a really powerful slide. With artificial intelligence and machine learning, again, this is 100x, okay? How do you know if an industry is ripe to be disrupted? It's 3 big areas. Market complacency. Again, that's just what I told you. Secondary education is done the same way, decades upon decades. Okay, that's one. Number 2, the easiest one, customer frustration. Did you love paying your late fee when you rented Ghost and it was a week late at Blockbuster? And you couldn't wait to get on Ashton Lane at 4 p.m. to turn that thing in, right? No, she was frustrated, and then Netflix said, just push a button on your remote. And she liked that. They relieved her frustrations from that economic industry, and she liked that. And then the third thing is tension points, which essentially, if the government is half the payer, you're going to have some artificial tension points that it's not a matter of if, but when disruption's coming. The best example here is, if we're doing this talk in Manhattan 25 years ago, and I go, okay guys, wrap it up and let's everybody go catch a cab. It'd be a bunch of yellow cabs, right? And on the hood of those cabs, there's something called a medallion, which is a physical round piece that was stamped into the hood. That said, you could operate that cab. And so, absent the medallion, you don't have a cab until someone said, I think they want to rent Roy's Buick LeSabre, the back seat, which people thought was laughable because he didn't have the medallion. That's a tension point. And guess what? They never asked permission. Do we like Uber and Lyft?
Yeah.
Would anyone here rather ride a taxi? No, because they made it much more friendly, less frustration, but they never asked permission. So that's when you think, well, that could never happen. Oh, could it? Right? So guys, I show you this to set a precursor for what we're about to step into. My young people in the room. So this is the business we are in. I would push you guys in the room if you're young. This is your ticket, okay? Because if you interview with me and you don't have your head around what artificial intelligence and these new tools are, I've got old people that don't know it that I can hire. You guys, this is your superpower. And it's funny, I think a lot of my peers, I'm 52, think, oh, those kids, they know this tech. And I say, do they? I think they're a Snapchat and Instagram generation, to be fair, right? So you want to be successful in this life, this is your ticket. So let's keep going here. I got a couple more minutes. So for those of you that don't know much about AI, it's this guy's fault. If you want to blame anybody, this is Dr. Alan Turing. Did you guys see the movie The Imitation Game? This is him. This is Benedict Cumberbatch's character. And he, in the late 40s, simply said, I propose to consider the question, can machines think? Now, how do you think that went over in 1948? Nah, not really well. They thought he's a loony, so it stayed in the halls of academia for decades until, in about 2015, Sam Altman and a guy named Elon Musk write a couple checks and they start a company called OpenAI. And we also have a compute power, a kind of huge innovation that we go from CPUs to GPUs. GPU stands for graphical processing unit, which are essentially like 100x faster. And the world's data size doubles every 2 years. I had a young woman challenge me on that last week, and she said she had a 1-year-old. I said, can I see your phone? And she handed it to me. I said, can you go to your photo roll? She said, sure. 24,351 photos. I said, do you really want to question me on how the world's data size doesn't double every 2 years? And that was one person, and those 24,000 photos are in the cloud. So those are a couple of reasons that we have AI today. So it's Turing's fault. And if I was explaining what, like my friend in the back, to her 2-year-old, what is AI? In a picture, this is it. Let's put a computer in the world's largest library ever built, or every book that's ever been written in the history of mankind, and have it learn and grow smarter as a result of reading it. That's essentially what we've done with data. And so kind of a really easy way to distill what exactly is this technology. So you say, great, Henry, this is awesome. What is ChatGPT? Guys, that's the wrong question. The right question for beginners is, what is a large language model? Or in our industry, LLM. ChatGPT is an LLM. Show of hands, who does not have a ChatGPT account? Raise your hand. And I'm not shaming. Okay, so handful of folks. Anyone curious why? You have just no interest, or?
Well, I use Canva, which has.
Yeah, kind of built in. Okay, so you're kind of in it. Who else? Why not? I'm curious. Yeah. Okay. Well, you're here, so that's great. And then same thing?
I'm old and waiting for someone to explain it to me like today.
Ah, okay. You're in the right place. Okay. Because, yeah, there can be a lot of confusion. But again, for those who don't have it, guys, just think about this. At one point in this country, the largest employed job was a gas lamp lighter. So Roy and I were buddies. We look at the clock. It's 5 o'clock p.m. Time to go light the gas lamps. And if we had son, one day, if you're lucky, you'll be a gas lamp lighter too. Come on. Change isn't waiting for any of us. Innovation comes and it happens. Anybody know what you were doing on February 25th, 1990? You were probably in elementary school. Yeah. 3 days old. Wow, you were just born. Well, guess what else happened that day? Did you know that was the last day that the FAA allowed Americans to smoke on domestic airlines? Now, I have a 23, a 21, and an 18-year-old, all three of which say, Dad, don't day drink before you go speak. Like, that never happened. Do you remember that happening, sir? The ashtrays in the armrests?
I do.
Okay, it was a thing. So what's your name, sir?
Jay.
So Jay and I, let's say we're buddies. We're sitting in 18A and B. And 19A and B was smoking. We're in not smoking. I always thought, how'd that work? What's the point? Guys, in the history of bad ideas, that may be the worst ever. That we thought at 30,000 feet in a cylindrical tube of air that didn't leave us, we could smoke. But can you imagine lighting a cigarette on well, you couldn't even get the lighter on the airplane today. What's my point? My point is, today is the day where you go, I'm going to make this work for me. And I'm going to learn, even if it's just copywriting, because this is a tool that I bring that up to say that was a really bad idea. Guys, a really bad idea is for you to leave here and go, I still don't really know much about it, and I'm not going to step in and try it. That is a bad idea. Okay, so the key is your mindset on how do you make this work for you? Okay, because we don't want some guy like me 9 years from now going, yeah, and there was a big crowd and someone didn't have it and they didn't get it after. Bad idea. If you guys all saw the movie Iron Man, so Jarvis is Iron Man's kind of assistant. Guys, that's what we're working towards. We're very early in that, but someday we're going to have an assist like that you trust implicitly because it is you. And I know you're going to see that in your lifetime. It's coming. So the earlier you get on this train, the better. So LLMs, let's continue to buzz through this. Let's see. These are the players in the space. Okay, this is really important. So if you are the biggest skeptic of this technology, you think Schwarzenegger was right, the robots are going to kill us all, great. The bottom is Netflix. Guys, it took them 3 years to get to 1 million subscribers on their platform. It took ChatGPT 5 days to get to 1 million users. Now, it's a little different because you have to pay. I get that. But look at the difference. And guys, that data is 17 months old. So you're thinking if they launched today, it would be what, double? Right? So there's something there is the point. And the speed with which this is showing up is breathtaking, right? I'll give you an example of the power of how this is changing. So Midjourney is one of the great AI generators of images. This is a prompt that we did in my office in April 2022. The prompt was, Indian woman sitting by the banks of a river. Now, Jay, when you see that, what do you think? I was drinking when I did maybe, okay, that's fair, right? Same prompt, same technology, a year later. If you get up closer, guys, you can see intonation in her skin. There's, her nose ring has kind of a tint to it. I mean, the point is, you'd have to really think twice, and this is almost a year old. Where's the river? So this stuff is moving so quickly, and my friend Ginger's going to really walk you through the art side of this, which is, it's breathtaking. And so look, guys, I'm gonna leave you on this. I would just say, the biggest part of this, it has nothing to do with the technology. This has to do with change and us being human beings. Because you can think you are the most progressive, changes for me, I can catch you and you go, whoa, wait a minute. I'll give you an example. Has anyone in this room heard of Amazon Key? Amazon Key is, they'll buy your groceries and they'll put them in your refrigerator. Yeah, what you think? Who is like, nope, no way, no how, I'm good, never do it. Okay, the group, notice what just happened there. What she didn't do was go, no. She said, no. Subconsciously, her brain is going fight or flight. And I'm not judging her choice. I don't care about her choice. What I care about is us pausing and going, I could see it if I was a single mom, 250 hours a year to Target and back. If I could trust the person, I'm still not going to do it, but I get it, right? It's like saying in the late 70s, if I'm doing this, and I go, hey, guess what? You guys are all bankers. There's going to be this thing. It's called an ATM. And they're going to give you a 4-digit code, and they give you $60 back. And we're naive to think someone would go, whoa, 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 time out. Gladys always gives me my $60 back. So I don't trust that. My point is, guys, I could trip all of you up in our kind of our minds to say, okay, you had me and then I'm out. Self-driving cars, right? This is coming. So even if you don't want to use the technology, it's so instructive for your mind to go, okay, I understand how it works, I understand where it comes from. Not for me, but I get it. You're 95% ahead of your peer group if you can do just that, not judge it, right? So this is less about the technology and more about you as a person and your ability to say, all right, I get it. Not for me, but I get it. Does that make sense? Yeah? Okay. So I'm going to hand it over to, I think, Roy now. And guys, we're really looking for some great questions and back and forth when we get up on the panel. But Roy, you want to take it over?
All right.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Henry. All right, thanks, Henry. Henry's very charismatic. I don't hold a candle to him. So you all are about to experience presentation whiplash from me, because I am a professor and I can't escape that identity. All right. So thank you all for being here. My name is Roy Heidelberg. I'm an associate professor and chair in the Department of Public Administration. So I'm going to start by acknowledging, as Henry just mentioned, that like a lot of people, I recognize that AI is really cool. It's pretty cool, right? Over the past year, we've been exposed to computational programs that do things that most people thought were unimaginable, impossible, even science fiction. And I've surprised myself, quite honestly, by the sense of wonder I've had when tinkering with LLMs, wonder being an emotion that was once reserved for nature and the divine, right? And it might be that it is this sense of wonder that troubles me also about AI. Generally, like I said, wonder is reserved for those things that we experience, but we can't really explain. What makes this different, as I see it, is the seeming ability of the technology to communicate, right? To use language and offer ideas, to respond to queries. Philosophers have long been preoccupied with determining if there is a way to know when machines make that ultimate transition to thinking. Henry just mentioned Turing, right, and his idea of the Turing test or the imitation game. John Searle is another philosopher, and he had this idea of the Chinese room. I'm not going to get into the details of what those are, but the bottom line is that people have been thinking about thinking for a very long time. Both Turing and Searle, for both of them, these chatbots that we're now working with, these LLMs of 2024, were completely abstract ideas. And they are now our reality, which is what brings us all together to discuss pedagogy. So the question that interests me is perhaps not an empirical one, the way that Turing and Searle proposed it, but it's no less important to how we think about education, communication, and community. Both Turing and Searle, in their respective ways, were interested in a test to determine if a machine can think. So each defined thinking in his own clever way. In the case of Turing, he considered whether it was conceivable for a machine to interact with a person in a way that was difficult to distinguish from a human. Right? Searle argued, in essence, that machines simply manipulate symbols according to programming, so they can never truly understand what it is that they're saying. And both of these were thought experiments, and they were thought experiments that start from a definition of thinking and then imagine the conditions that are needed to satisfy it. That's how analytical philosophy works. You have to define your terms. But here's my concern. Artificial intelligence is going to change how we think about thinking. Technology has this effect, so I'm not making a novel claim here. I'm simply applying it to artificial intelligence. I used this metaphor in my class a couple weeks ago. If I could go back to 1803 and ask someone, tell me the first thing that comes to mind when I say the word flying to them, they would probably describe a bird or an insect. If I ask the same question to someone in this room, there's a very good chance they will imagine an airplane. Sure, it flies, but not how a bird or an insect does, even with the priming that Henry just did about smoking, right? The success of artificial intelligence comes not from being human, but from optimizing some facet of being human for technological purposes. We do not fly by becoming birds, but from the discovery of the principles of lift against weight and drag against thrust, so that our flight is less graceful, but adequate to our needs. Artificial intelligence is no different insofar as we do not use it to decide as humans do, but to decide as organizational needs demand. The danger comes when we permit ourselves to think that decisions and order are technological in the same way we now think first of a plane when we think about flying, or about cars when we think about horsepower. I would also like to point out that the issue is not whether a machine can think the way humans do. They cannot. But that is not the point of the creation of these machines. The point is to mimic human thinking sufficiently to optimize certain human tasks and to do so in a way that is rational beyond human capacities, which makes me think that irrationality, as Hobbes mentions here, might be an important feature to preserve in humans. The point, in respectful disagreement with John Searle, is not to reproduce consciousness, it is to mimic computational and rational thinking to the extent that it exceeds human ability. This is the ontology of technology, of the machine. We may not be as graceful in flying, but we can carry more and travel faster than the strongest and swiftest of birds. So I mention these observations because when we think about pedagogy in a college or university, we should consider what it means to educate and teach. One place to begin is with the idea that higher or advanced education is about honing or harnessing the skill of thinking itself, or in the cliche that college is about learning how to think. So this is an ideal, right? And I'm not even sure how well it holds to the practice in my experience of 12 years as a professor. Nevertheless, for the sake of argument, let's entertain this idea. How does this technology affect pedagogy under this ideal? So about any technology, there are two questions that we have to ask ourselves. The first question is, what does this technology do for the problems that humans face? Often this is quite obvious, as in the case of technologies that expand the power of existing human skills, right? The early machine age was functionally about making humans capable of doing more efficiently things that humans are generally capable of doing. Sometimes the answer to this question is a little bit grayer, maybe convoluted, like the internet, which connects, but in a variety of ways, and reshapes how we think about connection, about community. So let us consider AI in such a light. The answer is actually apparent in the earliest expressions of AI back in the mid-20th century, going back to Turing and Simon and Newell and others that if you study this, you've seen these names before. AI helps humans by increasing the rational capacity involved in information processing across a variety of domains to accomplish tasks that involve cognition. It allows seemingly complex systems to be simplified into computational expressions and thus analyzed, broken down, right, so that decisions approach correctness. Does this mean that the output of AI will always be right? Obviously, no. But what is particularly appealing to people about AI is that it is not human, but the optimization of a human faculty. So to answer what problem it addresses, AI allows humans to break through the bounds of human rationality. The AI that we are all experiencing today is a sophisticated application of statistics, which has long dominated our political and our social systems. So the second question to ask, what effect that technology will have on humans? This question concerns upskilling and deskilling in the language of technology. All technology improves capacities, which is related to the problem it solves. Upskilling refers to the emergence or the opening of new skills and abilities associated with some sort of technological development. In contemporary jargon, we hear about disruption of the status quo, as we just did, and the need to develop these new skills according to the competences afforded by new technology. This has historically been a feature exploited by educational institutions, especially following the Morrill or the Land Grant Act and the creation of land-grant institutions to learn how best to use technology. What was created were agricultural and mechanical colleges, right? You go to these institutions to learn how best to use technology. So this fits pretty nicely into our pedagogy. For AI, the prominent position, the upskilling, that we hear touted today is something called prompt engineering. How many of you have heard this phrase before? It's a fancy phrase for being a question seeker, right? It reminds me of the ancient task of finding the right question to ask of the oracle or the soothsayer. The answer you would receive depended greatly upon the precision of the question that you asked. And anybody who studies the classics knows those things go wrong more often than they go right. It's not a new role, but it's an odd instantiation of it. And it also seems that the wisdom behind Socrates' engagement at the oracle at Delphi, that he knows nothing, is not going to be the model of ours with the oracle at everywhere. Our admission that we know nothing suddenly has a very different ring to it. So de-skilling is also a facet of just about any technology. With regards to AI, the question raised by many concerns writing. Early on, people drew on the experience with the calculator, and at first, this seemed like a compelling parallel, this connection between ChatGPT and calculators. But I don't think it really is, and I'll give two reasons. First, the use of a calculator still requires some understanding of the underlying processes for the input, right? If you don't have a grasp of the formulae or the algorithms that are underlying a calculation, then your use of a calculator is limited, we'll say. Second, and somewhat relatedly, the AI of large language models and image generators are not explicable the way that a calculator is. When these systems hallucinate, when they get lazy, when they produce inconsistent images, all of which has recently happened, even the progenitors of the technology are at a loss to explain what is wrong. The training and its results are too complex for human understanding, and this is by design. So one might well make the case that AI, large language models, will affect the skill of writing, but I'm not sure that this is the best way to think about the skills potentially lost to artificial intelligence. That is not to say that de-skilling is not a possibility or a threat of this technology. I think it is. But the qualities of de-skilling are very different because, to repeat, we are talking about the skill of thinking, of cognition. This technology gets at the very heart of our faculties for grasping and understanding reality. Images, stories, language, words, concepts, theories, explanations. These are all facets of the emerging artificial intelligence technology. This is not simply a question of technology, but a question of being, of ontology, of our ability to understand what is real and what we consider to be real, and of being in the world. My concern is that when de-skilling involves thinking, we risk losing the capacity to recognize the de-skilling itself. I do not mean this in the sense that we will become too dumb to know how dumb we are, Rather, the loss will become unrecognizable to us. Nevertheless, unless I get too far from my subject here about pedagogy and harnessing AI to its purposes, it seems evident that AI is changing how we approach teaching and assess learning. A trivial example, but one that those of you who are teachers will be familiar with, is that writing assignments are certainly compromised, which is one way that we will witness this de-skilling that I mentioned earlier. I have already had the experience of students submitting to me papers that are so far from the voice that they use in class that I had to wonder whether they had actually written what they submitted. This is the first issue, as I see it, which is the sense of doubt or skepticism that the very existence of this technology introduces, not only into our pedagogy, but into our social interactions generally, as anybody who followed the recent exploitation of Taylor Swift could tell you. It is quite different from plagiarism because the voice in these things is consistent throughout the document or the paper when a student uses AI, but it's inconsistent with experience. The second issue is the practical matter of what I can do about this. Obviously, I can discourage them from using the tools, except academic leaders celebrate it so vociferously that they themselves admit to using it. That seems like a double standard. Perhaps I can ask them to provide a disclaimer. It's another recommendation, like a citation of use. But I expect that will quickly become tiresome to read to the point that I'll probably just ignore it. After all, I'm only human. And of course, I can submit the document to an AI detector. There are lots available now, but there is no standard as far as I know. Perhaps there should be, but the reality of using the AI detector is concerning too. With plagiarism, I can usually produce objective evidence based upon my judgment about what a student has written and what someone else has, meaning I can suspect plagiarism, I can seek out evidence, and then validate my judgment. But the AI detectors work by looking for patterns in the writing that are consistent with AI composition, patterns we might know only tacitly. And what the detector then gives me is a probability of the document having been written by AI. Setting aside the question of threshold, like what is too much AI assistance, I am completely dependent upon what that other form of AI says about the potential use of AI in an assignment. Or put more simply, in order to catch the student using AI, I must use AI, for it is my only source of evidence. Again, this seems like a double standard. But worse than that is how divorced my own judgment is from the assessment. I am a subject to the ability of AI relying on the standards that it operates under. There is no way for me to validate the AI detector other than perhaps to get the student to admit to using it. And this trivial example illustrates how convoluted the question of de-skilling is with respect to AI technology. It unambiguously throws us deeper into systems in which we are subjects dependent on standards and independent of judgment. I mention all of this with the caveat that establishing such standards is one way of harnessing AI in teaching and pedagogy, but we should consider what is lost when we do such harnessing. So I think that the rapid ascent of AI technology gives us an opportunity to think about social values. It already is with respect to information property, copyright, patent law, and creative work, those things associated with the economics of it all. Perhaps we revisit a very old question: what is the purpose of education? For many decades now, the trend has been toward education and career readiness. Under such a framework, it is obvious how AI fits into our pedagogy. The purpose is to prepare the workforce of the future, and AI is the future, as Henry just pointed out. So ipso facto, we better teach about and through AI. Now, I am troubled by this admission that AI is the future, but I have not heard enough from people to suggest that it is not. On this very campus, people celebrate it and pursue it like a modern idol. Part of the reason is a bizarre competitive sensibility behind education, with systems devoted to determining how well we create economic agents by measuring things like average salaries of graduates. Yeah, AI is going to work wonderfully in that world. If that is the purpose of education, the proliferation of AI will happen simply because nobody will be willing to deny its predominance. And it is widely celebrated for its potential to increase wealth in society. I'm teaching a class with Senator Cassidy on regulating AI, and at least a half dozen times in that class he has mentioned that AI will triple our GDP. So I am going to have to just point out that I'm not naive to these conditions. I'm fully aware of them, which is how I found myself more than a decade ago discussing the inevitable emergence of AI in our social and political systems. Some of my students can testify to that if they're in here, right? But I am confessing to you all that I will actively resist AI in my teaching, recognizing that it will enter anyway in students' uses of it. For me, this is an opportune moment for us to rethink important values, and we can start with our education systems because as an institution, education is one of the oldest ways that we shape ourselves, that we consider what it means to be a human being in the world. And right now we are on the precipice of a technological watershed that threatens to sweep us away in a flood of images, publications, and constructed realities divorced from experience. I say let's not get swept up in it, exciting as it may be. Thank you. Now I'll turn it over to Ginger. Thanks.
So bear with me, I have to switch our tech out. Should be relatively easy. I say that, but we'll see what happens. So we're gonna whiplash you again, I'm afraid. So in addition to the things that Lyric mentioned that I do, I am also an adjunct instructor here at the Manship School, and I teach visual communications. Yay, stuff's working. And so what I focus on in my class are a few different things: photography, photo editing, layout, and design. And Photoshop is a big part of what we do. So just out of curiosity, how many people already use Photoshop? Okay, how many are using Photoshop Beta? Okay, like wow, the number of hands was really not as many as I expected. If you're using Photoshop, you should have access to Beta, and I encourage you to check that out and see how that works for you. So what I'm teaching in my class to try to, as Roy said, try to keep up with what's going on in technology is what is happening in the world of AI with Photoshop in particular. And so if you have it, this is the Creative Suite app. And if you look all the way down here, like midway through, there's beta apps. And they have all sorts of things. And it's very important to understand that these are beta apps. The paint's not dry, okay? These are not done. And almost every time I go in and do something, there's a different thing that happens. So that's important. The other thing that I want to say at this point too is that anything I show you and any opinion that I have today is today. So things change. My opinions may likely change. I guarantee you the technology change. It already has in the time that I've started doing this. So Photoshop, most of their AI is really concentrated in two places. One are neural filters, and the other is in generative AI. I'm going to start with the neural filters because I find them less interesting, and also, oof, they got a lot of work. So you pull up an image, you go to filter, you go to neural filters. These are not available under classic Photoshop. You have to have the beta version. And there's all sorts of little choices. We are not going to go over all these. Again, I cannot stress enough, beta version. Like skin smoothing, if I hover over it, like if you are a high school yearbook photographer, this may be your jam. This might be, other than that, honestly, I don't know how much I would use this. I should also say at this point that almost everything I'm going to show you today, I can do without AI. I can already do almost everything, probably 95% of it. This just does it faster. It takes 30 minutes to an hour and reduces it to seconds. So for me, professionally, I find that fascinating and also very helpful. So skin smoothing, and not so much. This is one of the scarier ones. And this one is absolutely not ready for prime time. So Smart Portrait will attempt to make you look happy. I'm not going to do it because you'll have nightmares. Photoshop hates faces, fingers, toes, basically the human body in all of its beautiful forms. When I tried this yesterday with high school kids and I made her happy, it gave her like Stephen King sort of teeth. It was really awful. So, but it's a work in progress. Again, I find this interesting but not practical. I can't think of any time I would ever want to use this, but I do want my students to know what it's capable of. Now, makeup transfer is slightly more interesting and I find less harmful. So you take this. Now, they say this is a stock photo of someone with no makeup. Ladies in the room, I think we know. I know, but we're going to go with no makeup. So here, but if you had something like this and you wanted to see what it could do, it will take something fairly vibrant. And let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds. Like the lips are fine, the eyes are I'd still go in. And in my experience, either with large language models or things like this, I would never take what AI gives me straight, right? I'm going to go in and adjust it. So this is interesting. I don't know how practical it is either. I don't think I've ever makeup transferred anybody, but it's there. Now, getting into some of the other ones that get a little more interesting and slightly more practical. So we have this photo. Again, it's an Adobe stock image. They're outside. Backdrop creation, I have found no use for this at all, but if you want to put these interesting colored backdrops on things, you can. The landscape backdrop, again, it's fine. We could try this and see how long it takes. Last time the time varies every time I try to do it. And not something I think I would ever really do. Yep, it's just going to take a minute. This was one that was really, really, really strange the other day. Oh, now it's working. Again, paint's not dry. So, and I could change stuff to this background. I could change the sky out, which I'll show you in a second. I could do lots of other things to it, but this is theoretically going to make it look like this lake. I will say, out of these, all of these presets, I tried, like, that's okay. But when I tried it with the beach, all it did was make all of the rocks sand colored. It's not quite there yet. Again, practically, I don't know how good this is, but it's there. Style transfer, same thing. If you want to make a photograph look like a famous work of art, it will do it. As a public relations person, maybe for a magazine cover, This one also takes a few seconds. Harmonization, I've never gotten to work. Color transfer, same. So, and like I said, I want to get through these real quick to get the generative stuff. Now, I happen to think that black and white photos are powerful and wonderful, and I would never colorize them. I was actually offended when they started colorizing old black and white films, but in about 4 or 5 seconds, it will colorize this photo. And for all the filters I've shown you up to this point, you do have adjustments over here. So you can go in and tweak things if you want to do that. Again, not anything I'd ever want to do, but you could try it. Let's see, the last one that I want to do, going back to our little folks over here. Just a look. The other ones, again, Super zoom and depth blur, I haven't really done much with. I haven't found them very successful. Artifact removal, oh, cross your fingers. Now the photo restoration one, and unfortunately it does take a few minutes, so I'm not going to demo it, but I do have like an old picture of my daughter, Divine's in my class, so she knows, she saw me do this, where it will, so if you have old photos, things that are water damaged, or just, you know, maybe they've got like in here in this sort of little, you can see, like with the little young man over there, like a crinkle across them, this will do some amazing things. This is probably my favorite one out of all of these. So these all, in my opinion, have a lot of work, need to do a lot of things to get better. They are not there yet. It's in the generative AI that things get interesting. So I just want to show you, where are we going to do this? Here we are. So this sky looks pretty terrible. It's not great. This is what I'm going to show my students how to do on Thursday. So Divine and Reilly should pay attention. And so I can go in and I can change all of these things. It's just going to take a minute. Nothing crazy. Just enough time to come in. Go to the top like you're supposed to. Thank you. Pick the sky up. Decide I'm going to erase some of that. And so that's Not terrible. I see where it needs some work, but I could do this, but that was relatively fast. And that was what I would call the old way to do it. So, now, if I go back in here, oop, wrong tool. I love when I do that. Boom. Even people that do this professionally can still make mistakes. So now, when I highlight this, you see I have a box there that says generative fill. So let's say I decide that I want a blue sky with fluffy, if I can spell fluffy, white clouds. I can't type today. So what it's going to do is it's going to do this for me in, I think I timed it before, it's like 20 seconds. It will also give me 3 choices to start. It will give me more choices if I want more choices. It will also allow me to change my mind. So that one's okay. That one's no. That one's, I don't know. They're okay. If I want, though, I can hit generate again, and I can get 3 more choices. I can also come up here and decide that I would like a stormy sky with menacing clouds. Let's see if it understands menacing. This ought to be fun. Every time I've done this, I've gotten different skies, I will tell you. So if you want, though, you could just keep hitting generate, and it will keep with your original choice, your original prompt. And now it's going to give us more choices. That made his nose come off. Dun, dun, dun. And it will just keep doing this. It does take up a lot of memory, so you should delete them if you decide if you don't want them, because it will take up a lot of space. So the other thing that's part of this is if you pick something you like, Adobe would like to know what you think. There are ways to let it know if you like what it did. So you saw I did it myself, easily less than a minute. This was even faster than that. Either way, I would still go in and make changes. Let's see, the other thing that we wanted to say about the generation was that you can also go through them here. Oh, I remember now. All right, I have to go to the next picture. So let's go over to this picture. So one of the things, like I said, I teach in my class is good photography and composition. This was not taken by one of my students. However, I don't want to make fun of the person who took this picture because this was done as a favor to me. So at the veterinary school, we routinely respond to disasters. So after the wildfires in West Louisiana not too long ago, a group of faculty, staff, and students went to take care of animals. And as they're like pulling out, I'm like on the front porch screaming, "Get pictures for me, please." So this is one of the photos I got. It's not great. It's hard to tell on the screen, but there's a guy on your right who is wildly out of focus. And also we have this lovely silhouette shadow problem. So when I did this presentation last September, I did what I would normally do. Come on. See where I told you I was going to have problems with technology. I said, something's going to get stuck. There we go. All right, so what I would do before AI is outline this offending thing, and then I would go up to edit and content aware fill, which is already, like before we had generative AI, this is what you used. And it's going to figure out, based on the pixels that I picked up, what I want that to be, or what I want to be in that space. So I can tell that something's happened to the dirt because it looks really flat and smooth, but at least I can work with it, and I can do that. I have an issue with the fact that the horse no longer has a foot. That's a problem, but not insurmountable. Can be fixed. So, okay, I could do this. Now, here's what's different from last September. So last September, when I outlined this and I came into generative fill, to the generative fill box, which I had to do, I typed barn, dirt, floor. I'm not concerned about the hoof. I figured I would deal with it after. And I think last time I timed this, it was 17 seconds, which seems so long, but it's not. So I could probably, without AI, for those of you that remember the show Name That Tune, I could fix this in 15 minutes. Probably fix the whole thing. So if you notice, I didn't mention the horse's foot, or hoof if I'm gonna be really correct, but it did it. And then I have another choice. That one looks, I can tell you that's not right. And that one might be the best one. but I have this weird box down here. I don't know what's going on. So, but at least I have choices. So Roy, one thing I would say, like in reference to what you mentioned about upscales, the prompt is absolutely part of it, but there's a backside to it. It's interpreting what you're given. So like, for example, with this hoof, I have to know enough to know that that middle one was not anatomically correct. And that's true whether you're dealing with a large language model or design. Like you have to have enough information to try to get the result that you want, but also how to interpret that result. Is it actually correct? I think we've all heard about lawyers getting into trouble because ChatGPT just created references, right, out of whole cloth. So you do have to be careful with those things. So I don't like any of these, and I'd probably have it generate some more. But this is the difference between last September and now. So last September, I had to tell it barn dirt floor. I had to give it a prompt. Now, I don't. So all I have to do now is click in here with what I want changed and just make sure I'm clicked in the box and just hit enter. And it's going to give me roughly the same result. I don't think it's going to be quite as good, but it's going to be really close. And again, it's going to be 15, 16, maybe 17 seconds. And that was with no prompt at all. That's what's changed since I did this in September. And again, I never mentioned the foot. I'm sorry I didn't mention the foot. Yeah, so, and I would say even these, like the hoof is slightly better in these. I would still ask an equine doctor, which is the right one, but I'm at least aware enough to know that I need to find that out, right? Like that's something I need to check on. The other thing that this one will do that we had fun with when I showed this in September is if we try to get rid of this gentleman, who is massively out of focus, and I apologize, I'm doing this really fast. So the mistake that I made when I did this, and I'm just going to leave it blank again. When I did this in September, I put barn with stall doors, and apparently Adobe heard stall doors and made it a bathroom. And so there was a gentleman with his pants undone. I mean, it didn't show anything naughty, but I was like, oh, that was not what I meant. So prompts are important. Very, very important. And I have not done that again because I'm terrified of what the results would be. So I just did that one time. Yeah. And so he's gone. And that was really fast. And then again, there's choices. Again, you can keep generating. I don't know. Oh, we put a trash bag in there. Okay, fine. I don't know what that's about. That's new. But for me, professionally, to be able to edit photos this quickly and this well, I'm on board. Like I said, my opinion today. My opinion might change. Because ethically, my problem with this picture is this. I know that I have done nothing to alter the purpose of what I want to say with this photo. I'm trying to represent that my people went and helped animals. I don't think removing that guy massively changes that message. He was blurry and in the way. I certainly don't think that person's arm massively changed that. But should I send this to a media outlet and not tell them that I did that? I'm not going to give you an answer because I'm on like, I think, yes, you should, but I don't know. Because here's the thing. Even before this, I would whiten people's teeth and remove cold sores, and I don't think I ever told the advocate that I did that. You know, you still look like you. But like this is getting into an area that we really need to talk about these things, right? Like, would it be okay for me to use this on my social media if I don't tell you that I messed with it? I would tell you, I personally am not comfortable sending it to a journalist even if I've done this much work to it. Like, if I've done this much work. A little bit of work maybe, but then I don't know. And I truly do not have an answer for that. I'm just posing it to you because that's what this symposium is about. So before we get further down that fabulous rabbit hole, if you also have Adobe to access, how many are using Firefly? Okay, but Henry, you don't count. Really? Wow, okay. Firefly is text to image. And again, I was like, okay, it's interesting. There are some practical applications, and again, things that we are covering in my class. So if you have access to Adobe, the Creative Suite, you have access to this. And you can ask it all sorts of things. So, and when I first started playing with this, I think I did what a lot of us did with the large language models, right? Like, I remember my dean is from England, so I asked it to describe the vet school in the language, in the voice of an English person, because I thought that would be fun. Do it in the voice of a Cajun person, have a ball. It's amazing. But that was fun, right? Well, fun is fine. but I was looking for things that were more practical. But same thing here. I started with things that were a little silly. So I'm going to use the one that I always use, tiger with a purple cape. Oh, it gets better. Flying over a football stadium. Well, but here's the thing. Football means different things to different parts of the world. Yeah, very good. Oh, and look at that. One or more words make up. One of my words caused a problem? None of that. That was the copyright message, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get into that in a second. So it defaulted to art. Now, these are ridiculous, not useful in my opinion. If I go to photo, they're really not much better. You can upload your own image to give it like a frame of reference. It won't alter that photo. It'll just use it as a reference. So, like, for example, I have this picture of Mike the Tiger. Yeah, it's my picture. But it does check, which is good. So if I now say tiger in the jungle, it should reference this photo. So it should like he's standing off to the side looking out over everything. This is taking longer than it normally does. So, but again, it sort of looks like that. Wait, I have it over here. It looks like that photo. So that's the photo that I gave it, and then you saw what it created. So you can put your own reference photo in. But I do want to get to the copyright issue because I find that one, at least I think Adobe's trying. So if I put in here, Batman picking up kids at school carpool. It knows that Batman is not something I should mess with. And it will tell you that in just a second. This actually made me feel a little better about things. Even though yeah, so it says one or more words may not meet user guidelines and were removed.
There's a hack.
So, well, no, but I mean, but still, at least it's trying. Like I said, they're trying. My trunk's never been open at carpool, so maybe that's just me. But there's lots of choices. Here's the other thing too. When it does generate your photo, and these are generated, these are not stock photos. If you go in and download it, Photoshop is telling you we're going to embed things in the metadata to let people know that it is an AI generated photo. So back in September when you downloaded this, you got the Adobe Firefly logo in the corner, but you could crop it out. That lasted about a day and a half, maybe a week. Because I was like, oh, but I didn't want that thing in the bottom. So now they've just decided to embed it in the metadata and tell you. So at least that's good. So for example, if I were to go into Photoshop and open up this image, if I download it, the first clue is the metadata will tell you what kind of camera was used to take it. There's no camera data. Like that's the first tip off. And then there's a whole bunch of stuff in the code, which I am not smart enough to understand. But they are trying, they're at least trying to set it up so that people can't do massively horrible things. I'm not saying that's not going to happen, but at this point they're making the effort to do that. And then if you use Adobe Express, same things. They're going to use the Firefly text to image and all of their stuff. Canva uses something similar. I don't think Canva is at near the level that Adobe is right now. That being said, Canva is about to have a massive update in later this month. Later this month? Yeah. So, and they made huge strides when they did this last time, so I imagine that's all about to change. But in Adobe Express, all you have to do is hit plus, and you can sit in there, you can put, again, Batman picking up kids at carpool, and it will not do it, but it will give you an image. So this is where, as far as in a very limited sense, what I'm doing in my class, there's a lot of other things that are doing this, but this is just the space that I'm working in is with Adobe Photoshop. And with that, we can take questions.
Is this thing on? Okay, there we go. Okay, with that, I'll invite our panelists to sit on these daunting yet very comfortable chairs. And I'll kick us off with the question, and then I will take audience questions. So we've talked a little bit today about how you use AI and where you see AI going, but I'm sure like many of you in this room, I'm wondering, how did you get started with this? It's very daunting and very foreign. So could you give us a little bit of insight into how you kind of hopped into this world of AI?
We were watching OpenAI since 2016, which is a long time ago. But that's because we were an emerging tech firm. So again, until 22, this was in white papers in academia. So you'd really have to dig into a lot of technical speak. But because when they launched GPT-3, a 5-year-old can figure it out pretty quickly. It's really intuitive. So that's like a 5-year-old cannot figure out the blockchain today. It's a digital ledger, but there's other things going. But that's why this one is the most disruptive. So I know you didn't ask that, but.
And for me, I teach it, so I have to understand what's going on. That's always one of my biggest fears whenever I stand up for anybody and talk about things like I know what I'm doing, is that everyone's gonna be like, we already know all that. Yeah. But I'm amazed that this is like the 3rd or 4th time I've made a presentation similar to this, and I think more people should at least again be aware of it and understand at least an idea of how it works.
I taught, I studied statistics and operations research and decision making, and started asking questions about AI back in 2010 or so when I was doing my PhD work, and haven't stopped.
So a little bit through the grapevine, but a lot of practice, it seems. Okay, I'll open things up to audience questions. I'll come and chase you down with this microphone. Yeah, we'll start here.
Hi, my question is, each of you have charming, geeky qualities about your presentation. It's a skill I envy. But you're in the presence of students who have that in different degrees. Some maybe almost none at all, like the ability to play music. Some have that almost not at all. How do you regard the future rollout of AI for the student who has none of that intuitively in them?
I think it's hot take alert. I think it's the essence of what education should have been all along. I mean, World War II hits, and what happens? Reading, writing, arithmetic, spit them out, right? Essentially, right? And we haven't really changed from that since. Derivations here and there, the snow kind of melts at the edges. But what if every single person could have their own tutor that knows them and their learning style, and then compounds that with what they're interested in? And it gets smarter as a result. So I think properly used, I think it gets us closer to what the idea of education should be. And maybe that's a bit Pollyannish, but I think that's the technology being used the right way.
And how does that differ from how?
From what?
How.
Oh, from how? Well, you're talking about 2001 Space Odyssey. I mean, Hal was very kind of dry and had one voice. And so like the voice that she might like is quite different than the one you would like. There might be different genders, or the point is it's as specific to the person as can be possible, such that that person can learn and I guess maximize their abilities. I think that's what it gives us the opportunity to do.
And I'll also say that the large language models in particular, as Ginger's presentation did a great job of showing, it kind of removes the geekiness that you needed in 2010, 2012, or 2015 to really appreciate what was going on, because it puts it into just language. People can they literally are talking to this thing. So there's not as much geekiness involved in that. And thank you for that, by the way. Yeah.
Thank
You also had a question?
Yeah, actually, well, I had a follow-up to that one. So now that, I mean, the idea of a personal tutor has been around for a very long time, right? You know, go back to Alexander the Great or even before. Sure. So in many ways, what you're saying that the existence of this technology creates possibilities that were not available to people who did not have extraordinary resources. I mean, you know, Uber's the same, right? The idea of somebody coming and picking you up at a moment's notice is not a new thing. It's just a new thing for ordinary people. People with vast resources could snap their fingers and things would magically appear. Same with the possibility of having your groceries picked up and put in your refrigerator. Mm-hmm. So is that what you're saying, that AI now opens, sort of democratizes the abilities that people with resources have had for a long, 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 long time?
100%. I'll go one further, though. Go back to my disruption slides. Let's say that what you just said, this room is like, hey, we have the technology to do it, but nobody in here has been in education. And the room would go, and? Because then you go, would the customer like it? And I think we want to go, a vigorous head nod, yes. So that's the concern here, is that what you just said, which I completely agree with, and by the way, Uber was started on the question, can every man have a limo? That's what they asked. And it's not quite a limo, but it's right on demand. So yes, but the more important part is, guys, this is smart enough to know that she's different than her and me. And it will it will do its job, which is to, it'll do what we tell it to do. And so yes, I think, look, we still have 3 billion people on this planet that don't have a smartphone. So as we continue to get more advances in that regard, you're going to have an age when everyone has their own personal one-to-one tutor. So that's coming.
So my original question was, so I thought it was really intriguing what you said about the images and embedding metadata, right? So in many ways now, the metadata is going to effectively, we might just as well imagine the metadata as being a blockchain that captures whatever it is that somebody has done to this image, which is then going to make sure that we understand whether these images are new, real, generated, whatever. To wrap y'all's comments together, what do you think would be the effect if the same was true with text, that text now had embedded metadata that sat behind the text, right? So you would be able to see in the metadata whether this text was written in a Word document or whether somebody clicked a button and had it generated.
So I'm not sure I totally understand the question. Do you guys?
No,
I think
yeah.
there would have to be some way, and this is potentially possible. There would have to be some way for that metadata to follow a copy and paste.
Yeah.
Right, but that'd be the
And so there's a software development that would have to go along with that. It would be pretty tricky. It would change a lot of what computers do and coding and things of that sort. But it's potentially possible, yeah.
I mean, where do you think that pairs with like regulation and just policy? Because you don't necessarily have to code around this. You can say you have to turn this in and you acknowledge that you use this and you use this tool. And every time you use this tool, it takes your original input and then you can follow the derivatives through that and you can see how they changed and molded the concept without necessarily taking that. And that's like the whole other side, not necessarily the tech, but how do you incorporate it in the non-tech side of getting all this done?
The history you're talking about. History of development of whatever the text is or whatever you're doing.
Of how you evolved the output that was generatively created so you could see where it began. Did they start with a bullet point list that was their thought process, but they were effectively using it to break down the communication barriers to really get their point across and say, oh, that's what it's called in this field, let me use that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's where my biggest concern lies, because I don't think we're set up as a society, particularly in the United States, to make those decisions, quite frankly. The way our political structure is today, I don't need our 50 US senators molding AI policy, quite frankly, because they don't understand it. And so either we are going to be hamstrung with regulations such that, because the rest of the world's not going to stop, right? China is, they have a city dedicated. All that you do if you live in the city is you're in artificial intelligence, whether it's chips or the creative or prompt engineering or a bunch of technical stuff. So that's my biggest concern. Did you?
Oh, no, we're ahead of
I thought you were about
Oh,
to say
no.
no.
I think also it's a subset. You bring up a point I wanted to make, which is I've seen this happen all the time. So back to the brains that we have. I think we're all in kind of a moment where we go, gotcha. And I'm sorry, what's your name to point you? Nicole's sitting and listening. Part of her brain is waiting to go, that thing had 6 fingers. I knew it. I knew this was a sham. I knew this was fake, right? When most of us are like, no, it's not. It's just, the paint's not dry, as Ginger said. But why is that? I think it's because we're trying to keep ourselves safe, right? And go, this is for the younger people. You'll look foolish. And so, look, guys, if you haven't heard, there's a November election in this country around the corner. Book it. Like, record me now. Like, AI will be blamed for some component of that election, right or wrong. And so many people will go, see? And it's not the technology's fault. It's the humans that are using the technology's fault. So that's my biggest concern going forward. She had it.
My question is about, similar to what you just mentioned about the U.S. component of this. We moved our company to Dubai last year, and I'm based in Dubai now. But a big part of the reason was policy and other aspects of that. When we speak about AI, there is, you've got started off 20 years ago with sentiment analysis, and you've got computer vision with facial recognition, and you've got the Transformer paper that came out in 2017, all these different iterations of AI writ large. But the other component of that is when we speak about AI right now, we're talking about generative AI. But when you talk about natural language programming and all the other aspects of it, and I'll close with this example. Next month in Dubai, there's a conference on AI and smart contracts for blockchain. Yep. So you're getting this specialization already occurring around the world. When do you see this AI writ large industry, as it will, break down into different subcomponents of technology and also industry application?
I want to go with you to Dubai, so let's talk after. That's a really good question. I think, look, the money you don't hear about, guys, is doing what he just said. Don't kid yourself. There's meshing of AI and blockchain right now because it makes too much sense technologically. The component's going to be the humans are the sidecar. How quickly can we get enterprise level adoption such that, like if I asked all you guys, is your phone's on Wi-Fi right now? You'd probably say, yeah, and if I asked you, how did it work? You don't know because it's ubiquitous. It just does work. And that's when technology reaches its usefulness for all of us. We're not there yet. If I had to give you a guess, I think we're looking early in 2030, 2031 too-ish. Because look, guys, the Tom Hanks COVID moment is coming. Do y'all remember? Tom Hanks has COVID. This is real, right? Something's going to happen. A company will lay off 9,000 people, or an Uber type of product will hit the market, and you'll go, gosh, where's this been my whole life? And that'll speed that up. So it's just a matter of timing. I can't give you the exact date, but it's coming.
Oh, so I have a question because one of my friends is actually in, she's in art and design, and she's like doing graphic design and everything right now. And she kind of disagrees with AI in terms of her field, because this will mainly hit on you, Professor Ginger, because she's talking about how people can now just resource AI versus actual designers when it comes to graphic designs, companies, X, Y, and Z. So their job market is going to get hit when AI comes out. So even when it comes to, I know you said that, I think it was, correct me if I'm wrong, it was like Fire something.
Firefly.
Yeah, Firefly. Like that resource is beneficial to, anyone can use it, X, Y, and Z. However, on the job market of things, how do y'all see AI is going to impact us as a society and people's future, in us studying and everything like that, visual communications?
So the first thing I want to say to that is one of the other issues, and I should have said it when I was up there, that concerns me about AI is uniformity of design. In that, in Canva, as much as I love Canva, it is amazing, but it offers you the same 5 or 6 basic templates. And what concerns me is we're all going to start looking the same. With ChatGPT, we're all going to start sounding the same. Let's face it, no one uses the word eminently as much as ChatGPT does, right? It's very flowery language, right? People don't talk like that. And so at first, I think I had some of the same concerns as your friend, but because there is going to be that line of uniformity that runs through things, I think it's going to give the creatives a chance to really excel because they're going to be able to really set themselves apart from it. And I just realized one of the things I didn't show y'all with the Firefly is, and one of the things that I like, frankly, again, as a practitioner, is if I had asked it to do a photo of a California beach scene with the tide coming in, it's pretty close. It looks really good. Again, going to that sort of upskill thing we talked about, I really have to look and go, is that really what their trees look like? I mean, I would be concerned about that. But I think there's always going to be things like that it's quick, it's easy, and there's going to be a time for that. But I think for creatives, this gives them a chance to really show how they're different. Because I think for all of us who are not artists, it's going to be very obvious that we're not.
What's your name? Divine. Let me take you back to 1908. October 15, 1908, Henry Ford rolled off his first Model T off his assembly line. So imagine that this is October 1st. And I say, guys, the quadricycle is coming. And you're like, what? And this is the buggy and the whip industry. right? And your question is the same. What of us? Now, it's a fair question, because I get it. But think about the spawn and the tsunami of, think about the tire industry, just the tire industry right now. Think about the rim industry. Think about the folks who make the wrapping on a steering wheel. Do you see what I'm saying? So I think that this is a tsunami of opportunity for people to step in and go, wow. What I loved about Ginger's was, did you hear her say, she goes, I can do this in a fraction of the time. So then the question becomes, she's creative. And I'm like, Ginger, what would you do back with that 4 hours extra a week that now you have? So I think it's a fair question. I will say this, people who know how to use AI will put people out of jobs. That is fair. Not the technology itself. So.
Okay. This question's for Dr. Heidelberg. I was a previous student of his, and this comes from the public administration literature. But as a society, we've moved from enchantment, going from religion and tradition into a period of disenchantment, going into making sure that we have some human decision and control. But now that we're more so relying on something to guide us again rather than our own selves, are we creating another black box of sorts where we're removing human understanding similar to religion or tradition and moving back into a period of enchantment?
Okay.
Can I get a drink?
Yeah.
So it's a great question. I think there's a lot of, I mean, if you pay attention to the tech folks, they'll talk about things like transhumanism, the post-human future. You hear a lot of this talk. There's a lot of Christian eschatology involved in that. There's some connections between, Ray Kurzweil's idea that he's going to be able to upload his consciousness and live forever, right? I mean, there is certainly some of that enchantment, you might say, this desire for a kind of immortality. But I think the bigger part of it, what you're asking is, from a system order standpoint, for the past 150 years, the tendency within our political systems has been to move towards more bureaucratized system. And as much as we think that we're moving away from bureaucracies, as anybody who pays attention and who calls Cox or whatever, there's nothing but bureaucracy in our world. It may not be public bureaucracy, but it's bureaucracy, right? There are rules, there are structures, there are processes, all of these things. And a lot of what the disrupt folks will say is like, well, AI is going to disrupt all that. I'm skeptical of that. I think the more likely scenario is that it's just going to perfect those systems, because it's all premised on rules and structures and algorithms and rationality and a kind of dehumanized system of order. So I'm getting way above where I was in my talk, but I mean, the direction that we're going is not towards a more humanistic way and a more local way of having order, a more common way of having order, and more towards a sort of impersonal public way of achieving order. And we're quite comfortable with that, to be quite honest with you. People are very comfortable with having that for any variety of reasons. I mean, we could talk about the equitable access to a chauffeur, which is what Uber is, right? I mean, these are the sorts of things that we talk about, and we use the word democracy to describe. That's not the way Athenians would have described democracy, but sure, let the tech folks tell us that that's what democracy is, and people tend to adopt it.
So my question's for everybody. Something I feel like we haven't talked about here today is the idea of accountability. And currently in the online demographic, Gen Z and Gen Alpha are kind of becoming the front lines of being accountable of what is generative AI, what isn't. And we saw that especially with the Kensington Palace, with the Associated Press issuing a kill notice on a photo. So my question to you guys is, who do you think is accountable in all of these decisions, and are the people that are mainly accountable people that are aware of AI and what's going on?
When you say accountable, what's your definition of that?
Yeah, holding someone to a standard as to what's permissible and not. Kind of what Ginger brought up is, are we telling, the advocate that this was digitally altered, or are we making the assumption that we are uneducated viewers and that they're not going to know that, and that's just going to be information that's dispersed?
So we don't have that answer today, and that's part of the downside of the speed. Mm-hmm. This is going so fast that we're certainly not geared in our systems today to answer those questions, which means to me, someone's gonna have to step into that breach and say, this is what we think. Like, you know, for better or worse, like an Apple, again, I'm not, whether you like them or you don't, they would have the ability to weigh in. And I think we would probably listen. Maybe not agree, maybe we would. But we need to work those things out for sure, because the speed's not getting slower. So it's a fair question.
Right, and like I said, Adobe's trying, like with telling you, look, we're going to put this in your metadata. It's a step. Now, I do find it interesting that they did have that watermark in the corner 6 months ago, and that's gone because I think people just really didn't like it. It was bright orange. It was very obnoxious. But still, at least I understood it. And at first, even more than that, when they first did it, you couldn't crop it out. Like if you shrank the photo or cropped the photo, that bad boy just moved on up with it. And I was like, okay, I get it. And then, but like I went back and that changed. And then it was there, but you could crop it out. And now it's not there at all. But also when they did that, I don't remember them telling me they were gonna do that. Now they're like, you get that message that says, okay, you've made this thing. We are putting this in your metadata, whether you like it or not. So I think it's gonna be self-report. It's gonna be honor system at this point, which is not ideal, but that's where we are.
Well, I'd also point out that there's accountability being who gets blamed when things get wrong. Is that a fair way of thinking about it? And I think it's very interesting, like Henry said, that it's people using these tools. Oh, these are just neutral tools, right? These are just neutral tools. Nobody's forcing the tools to do these things. So I think it's interesting that that is certainly a kind of discourse around its usage, and we should be careful about what that means.
I wanted to talk a minute about the companies you had on your slide about that were disruptors, because I couldn't help but notice that a not insignificant number of those companies have never turned a profit. They're not, you could argue that Uber and Lyft, for example, are not actually sustainable disruptors, right? They don't have an economic model that is going to work long term. They never make a profit. And so, you know, to your point, Roy, like, will it be democratized when they have to raise their prices to actually make a profit? Or will it become less democratized? How do we avoid that with AI?
Customers?
No.
You? Huh?
No.
Yeah. So it's really easy. If you have a company and Roy does and I do, and we all have the same, they'll tell us. They'll tell us with their feet and their wallets. And I think if those companies do go up in price, I mean, guys, you don't think Netflix is being the hunted now as opposed to the hunter? If you have kids under 10 years old in here, you have Disney Plus, right? So I think this stuff evolves. That's a great thing, though. In this society, the customer at the end of the day has a lot of say in who they do and don't do business with. So I think that'll work itself out.
This question's for anybody. Within education, especially because for a lot of us students, colleges prioritize rigor and overloading us, both K through 12 and post-secondary, students with learning disabilities, with English as a second language, et cetera, or just even overwhelmed students can greatly benefit from language models like ChatGPT. How can professors properly evaluate these students and the work that they produce and find a place for AI in this changing world?
I'm gonna let Roy take that one.
Yeah, I'll take that one. Hey, Eliana, how are you? So I think that I would just take issue with the premise. I think we've been doing the wrong thing by putting students in those situations.
Hear, hear.
I mean, I think it's something that we need to stop and think, what are we doing with education? What are the values behind this? What does it mean to come and sit down in a college seminar and learn? And I think there's too much pressure on students to double major and to have lots of minors and to have credentials and things like that to get out into the world and have any success. But again, you know, that's not an easy thing to fix because we've been going down this path for decades and decades. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, as I said in my talk, at this point I understand why students would use this. But there's not really a lot that I can do other than just simply accept that perhaps this is moving us into a new kind of norm and that the encouragement needs to be for them to think about what it is that they're using these technologies for and how is it helping them cultivate whatever it is that they want to cultivate in a university or a college setting. These are rare times for people to just focus on thinking. That's what college really is, a rare time to just focus on thinking. But there's been a lot of pressure on students to not do that. And I think that is a problem. And as these technologies make it more feasible for students to do more, the pressure hasn't been to pull back on the technologies, it's been to put greater expectations on students.
But to your question, if I give this side of the room, if we're in a math class, they got an abacus and you have a calculator, who are you betting on? This side, right? Or are you really fast with those bead things?
Yeah, what's the goal?
To solve the problem as quickly as possible, right? Like, I go back to what she said a minute ago, guys. Mundane, this is how we break down. If you come to me and say, Henry, build us an AI, I'll say, what's mundane and boring? Oh, Henry, I'm in research. I hate doing research and I hate sending cold emails. Okay, we can help you. But if you just start with every single one of us in our jobs have a piece that's mundane and takes too long, and it's like, oh, if I can only get rid of that, ... That's a great place to get your head around this, to say, dream. What if you could replace that? And the chances are better than not, guys. Either right now or soon, we'll be able to do that.
All right, and our final question here.
Hey, so I teach in the Department of History, and we have a lot of different students at a university, and some of them, say like Ginger students, for example, would be very interested in learning how to use AI, and it's to their benefit to use AI tools. But so let's say in the humanities, where we're talking about large language models, it may not necessarily be in their best interest to learn to develop writing skills through large language models. Now, Dr. Heidelberg, the question is mostly for you, and I think you may have hinted at an answer to that in an earlier question, but after some reflection, some internal reflection, you've decided that you would like to sort of discourage the use of AI tools as a teacher in your classroom, right? Did I get that right in your presentation?
Well, I know I'm not going to be able to do that.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that I am not going to employ it.
Yeah, I can tell you that, as far as my students are concerned, I have about zero chance of convincing them that to not use it. So how do you sell your students on the same idea to come to that same conclusion that maybe it is in their best interest to forego the use of AI in certain disciplines?
I'm not a good salesman, so I don't know. This guy's the salesman, obviously. But I'll tell you, what I think is worth considering is that the way that we let technologies change the way our norms develop. So to the example that was just used, yeah, I hate email. I get a lot of it now. 25 years ago, I would not have had to deal with the level of email that I get, right? But because of email, norms about communication have changed. And that's what I'm saying requires some pause, stop, think. Yes, okay, so now everybody's expected to respond to emails. So much so that you've got, California considering passing a law that says your boss cannot contact you after you get off of work or whatever. Like, these are the sorts of weird situations that we find ourselves in. So I recognize fully, as I've said before, I kind of feel like I'm the Amish or the Quakers, and I'm gonna be about as successful as them, right? But
they're still around.
Still okay, because they're still around, right?
Yeah, they're still around.
And I think I'll be quite happy that way.
So it's a great question. I love that you're I was a history major here, so. Yeah, that's right. History and poli-sci. So I'm a tech guy, go figure. I sell it every day. Here's what I tell my students. Because we have the 12 best on this campus that are computer science, Python coders, like weapons grade. And I'll say, guys, use it to your heart's content, but know this. When you're sitting across the table from a guy like me, there's nowhere to hide. It's me and you. Yep. So, man, the art is finding that balance of what can it take from my days and tasks. But when there's this, old traditional, old school, eye contact, firm handshake, communicate, like that stuff never goes out of style. So that is the art to me. And when they hear that from me, who's like all in on it, and to say, but there is a spot when you will be exposed. And just know that. So there's consequence. So I think that's the art to me, is finding the blend of what's just the right amount for the person. Like, if he wants to stay a Quaker and Amish, great. They make great ovens. But that's the art for him, because anything else is going to be, it's not going to work for him. And that's fine. That's okay.
Hi, Scott. I'll just say hi to Scott. And then Scott.
Can I get another round of applause for our wonderful panelists? Thank you so much for sharing your insights. I know I learned a lot and I have a lot to think about. So we're gonna have a short break now. So now's a really good time to stretch your legs, use the bathroom, check your phone. But I really would encourage you to come back at 3 o'clock for our next panel, which is Real World Innovators, a crash course in AI communication practice. So thank you again, y'all.
Thank you.
Oh, signal Robert? Is this thing on? Okay. Hello, hello. Okay, welcome back to our second panel, Real World Innovators, a crash course in AI communication practice. Now that everyone's seated, just a reminder, we're so happy that you're here, whether you registered or just stumbled in. But if you did just stumble in, please make sure to go see Ty over there at the registration desk, because we want to make sure we have an accurate count of everyone here today. So I'll go ahead and get started by introducing our panelists. Our first panelist is John Munsell, who is the co-founder of Bazooka, an AI consulting firm focused on artificial intelligence strategy, training, and implementation. With a career spanning over 25 years in marketing, software development, financial services, and sales, John brings a wealth of experience to AI upskilling. John is the creator of the AI Strategy Canvas, a fundamental methodology for seamlessly integrating AI technologies across various business departments. John also serves as the adjunct instructor of artificial intelligence at LSU, contributing to the academic field while leading Bazooka. And from what I've heard, is the proud owner of a nice LSU rugby jersey. Jordan Gray is a public affairs and marketing specialist with experience working in the parks, consulting, and service industries. He's skilled in web content development, marketing strategy, and digital media. Jordan graduated from Georgetown University with a bachelor's in American Studies and a master's in communication, culture, and technology. Our last panelist is MP Ray, who is the founder of Trop Drawer Strategies, a full-service Louisiana firm specializing in government relations, political consulting, public relations, and media production. With more than a decade of experience, MP served on the Transition Council of Governor Jeff Landry and also serves as a senior advisor to the Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser. She is also the adjunct instructor of law at Tulane Law School in New Orleans, where she teaches legislative and administrative advocacy, focusing on legislative drafting and agency rulemaking. Her company is a leading force for the integration of artificial intelligence in government and public relations. So let's go ahead and get started with our first presentation by John.
All right, grab the infamous clicker. I don't know why they ever named it that. You know, it's just a remote mouse, but I guess it clicks. There we go. So now I can move. So I know this says the 3 keys. Well, it used to say, there we go, the 3 keys to controlled and explosive growth. That's probably misleading in terms of what I'm going to talk about. It's a holdover slide, and I just didn't have time to change it. But I am going to talk about 3 keys, if I could get it to work. Let's go. Here we go. Houston, we have a problem. All right. Anybody know whether this thing will stay on? Well, anyway, I'll just talk my way through it. I happen to know what they are. So the keys to implementing it in a business are paying attention to security, strategy, and skills. That went pretty quickly, didn't it, guys? Security, strategy, and skills, right? So the way we're looking at this, and I'm going to probably just spin through some of these so that we don't have to belabor it. I just want to spend a little time getting you to think through how we operate it as a business. One of the things that Dr. Haggerty came over to see me several months ago, and he wanted to know what we were doing in AI, and we got to talking about it, and I said, look, what I'm really passionate about is helping small and medium-sized businesses get back on their feet post-COVID. I think the middle class and small businesses have been decimated. I'm really worried about it. You know, when I think about some of the questions that were posed earlier about what is the economic impact of AI, I think it's substantial. The question that keeps running in my mind is what happens, I mean, I see it compressing time. That's how we use it. It compresses time. It makes us do stuff a lot faster in a lot shorter period of time, right? That also presents risks. All right, a lot of risks. A lot of people are concerned with it. We have really large companies coming to us and saying, can you teach AI security to us? Sure. But once you cover security, now you've let them loose on the playground. You have to have more controls over that. You have to have a lot more interesting things going on. That is involving strategy. And then you move into, once you've strategically figured out how you're going to employ it, now you have to have the right skill sets of people. And once you have people that really understand how to use AI, that's when time compresses. When time compresses, then you say to yourself as an employer, can I sell more stuff? Do I have a higher margin? You know, does all that make sense? Or do I lay people off because I don't need them anymore? So the question then becomes, if you start laying people off because you're using AI, and that takes off on a massive scale, then can you sell more to make up for the income loss, if that makes sense? In other words, if a whole lot of people are getting laid off, that's a smaller GDP, but I believe, who was it? One of the previous speakers said he had read that GDP was going to explode. I don't know. I'm not an economist, so I don't really know. But at the end of the day, what I want to make sure of is that when you hear people say, and a previous speaker said that people will not be replaced by AI, but they will be replaced by somebody who uses AI. As an employer, I can tell you, and I have stats up here that'll show this, but it's 7 times more expensive to replace an employee than it is to simply upskill them. So I would rather have my employees know AI, I would rather train them, and that is what I'm going to be covering. So when we talk about risk, you know, only 64% of people or CEOs think that generative AI is going to increase cybersecurity risk. Now, it seems like a big number. I think it should be 100, you know. I also think that when you think about security, there's an inbound risk and an outbound risk, and then there's the model itself. In the inbound side of it, you have email risk. I get these emails all the time. They're coming at me in droves now, where somebody says, hey, I want to change my payroll information. Hey, can you pay this bill for me? You know, all these types of emails. I get them all the time, literally multiple times a day. And they go to my accounting department. And really quickly, 8 years ago, we got one of these things, masquerading as me, to my accountant, said, can you quickly pay this invoice? I need you to wire this money out today. They're expecting it so we can move. $19,000. We're a small company. 3 days before payroll, she wired out $19,800. And then she goes, I don't know whether that was John. And so then she calls my assistant. She goes, does this look like it was from John? And my assistant goes, absolutely not. We were fortunate enough to get the money back about 10 days later because the scammer had apparently scammed somebody moments before us and our wire bounced. And so it was in limbo. But those things happen all the time. Deep fakes are the craziest thing. I don't know whether you all read about this, but a guy in Hong Kong deep faked an entire conference call, a web conference call, video conference call. And they wired out $5 million. I mean, $25 million. Insane, you know? So that's getting pretty bad. Then you got to worry about all of these things, chatbots from hell, you know, where your chatbot's going to get you in trouble, right? Terminated employees, malicious insiders. You've got a lot of stuff to worry about. The model itself, you've got to worry about hallucinations, privacy concerns, you know, where is it being stored? There's so many aspects to security, but then when it gets into strategy, 72% of executives think that AI is going to become the most significant business advantage they have. So they're betting the farm on it. But when it comes to strategy, you got to think of several things here, right? You have to identify what's the business purpose. You're going to have multiple. So you want to first identify what's a use case for it, where AI can add value. Then you need to define the goals and the success metrics. It's like, I know that every time we've worked with somebody on the marketing side, I don't want to just hear them say, hey, we want to run a campaign. I want to know what the end goal is, and then I'll reverse engineer from that. It's the same way with AI. Plenty of times we've gotten called in by customers and their data is a chocolate mess. And so what we thought was going to be a six-week process turned out to be a 6-month process. I recommend that you build an AI council as a company so that you have oversight from every discipline in the area, or in your business. So from finance and accounting to HR to marketing to sales, get them all there, and then bring in some outside resources who understand AI. So now you've got everybody kind of buying in at the same time. Oh, fart. There we go. Hang on a second, I got to kick this in. One more time. There we go. All right. we teach people how to create a shared library of prompts. Why do we do that? Because we're trying to work with businesses, and I want them to be able to use AI at what we call at scale, right? What I don't want is to have 8,000 employees all trying to figure it out independent of one another. That becomes inefficient, right? But if we can do it, if we can teach them how to do it at scale, then we have something to really work with. And that's why we teach people how to build this prompt library, and then we integrate it to the workflows, and then we can ramp it up from there. Now, when it comes to skills, look at this. 50% of the workforce is going to require generative AI reskilling in the next 3 years. 50%. But only 14% of the employees feel like they're getting any training at all. That's a scary thing. Now, I'm not in academics. I'm in the business world, right? But when Roy Haggerty came to visit me, I was like, we have got to do something for the workforce. We have got to, right now, all of the training that's out there from MIT to Emory to you name it, you go through a 6-week course with them, and you walk out with what I call expert cocktail party conversational skills, right? You know that it's important, but you have no idea how to execute. And so I said, look, if you look at it as a funnel, right now most universities are teaching people how to build LLMs, right? Or how to build those kinds of models. That's a 6-figure degree. Then you get up and you have people that need to build tools around those things. And there's a business has to make an investment in that, and that's a pretty sizable investment itself, but less than 6 figures. But then you get to all the people that are using AI. You know, think about all the people that are building Microsoft Excel and all the people that are using Microsoft Excel. I want to be the guys that are teaching people how to use AI, because that's where the majority of the jobs are going to be won or lost, all right? So I don't know whether you're familiar with Gartner research, but this is what they call the AI hype curve. And at the top there is generative AI at the peak of inflated expectations. What that means is everybody thinks this is the best thing since pockets, and we're going to dominate the world with AI, right? And then all of a sudden they realize, uh-oh, it's not doing what we thought it would do. And a lot of it is because they got 8,000 people trying to figure out the thing all by themselves. Because in most people's minds, November of 2022 was the advent of AI, right? Because ChatGPT came out. And so everybody's kind of learning new tricks. But now, most of them are deep into the trough of disillusionment, and that is the problem. And so what I was telling Roy, and we went to a couple of companies with this, we said, look, privacy and security, everybody needs to understand that. But the thing that's really missing is a common foundation of understanding of how to execute AI. And that's where we created this thing called the AI strategy canvas and a process called dynamic prompt sequencing. So instead of everybody having conversations with AI, writing out these giant paragraphs, we teach them how to create variables so that other people can come in and swap out those variables. And it allows you to use AI at scale. It's a far more effective way to leverage AI across a business enterprise. And then once they have those foundational layers of understanding, then we get into specific skills tracks. So I don't have somebody in HR listening to a talk on robotics, you know? I don't want my finance guy having to sit through how to write a sales letter using ChatGPT. So we create vertical sales tracks. Does that make sense? Ooh, tripping on myself. And then we get into more practical applications, and then finally we start teaching how to automate processes. So now what we have is we have an entire workforce that knows how to use it to execute their job better. Does that make sense, y'all? So that's what we're trying to do, and that's why we created this thing here that we call the AI strategy canvas. Now, this particular piece helps the IT people work with the HR people to develop a product. So they can see all the ingredients that need to go into creating and executing at AI, starting with who's the target audience, what do we know about our company, what do we know about our products and services, what additional context do we have that we need to give people, and we go into this in depth. what's the role that we're asking the AI to play, and then what's the style of the brand voice that we're going to have it talk in. I've heard a lot of people go, man, I just can't get this thing to quit sounding like ChatGPT. Well, that's one of the problems that we help people solve by using this calibration method. Instead of you saying, I'll have to give you a quick story. One of our clients had built a chatbot to train people on sales for the ophthalmology clinic, actually one here in town. And so they loaded it up with all the information about this ophthalmology clinic so that they could sell ophthalmology services. And then she came to our mastermind group. We have what's called office hours. She came on Friday and she goes, John, I need your help. I said, what? She goes, I can't get this chatbot to stop talking like a pirate. And I was like a real pirate? She goes, yeah, like R, matey, everything. I know. It was a hoot. So anyway, I was like, let me see your prompt. And I could see that she had gotten out of the framework that we taught her how to use. And she had defined a role, but then there was a sentence that talked about how she wanted it to talk. She goes, I want you to use a little bit of humor, kind of like that crazy uncle. I was like, okay, well, there's your problem. First of all, a little humor, I don't know how you gauge that. And that's why we teach people how to use it from 0 to 10. That way, the AI knows how much humor to use. A little humor, I got no idea. A crazy uncle, you just told the AI that you're talking to a child, and AI, in its robustness of information, thinks kids love to be talked to like a pirate. So anyway, we removed that, went back to the old style, and it worked. And then we help them with the resources, and then you see down at the bottom, we get into the rules and the final requests. So once we get all that stuff together, we have at the bottom what I call governed execution, and at the top, that's where I have all the ingredients that need to go into execution. Does that make sense? And so we use this to help people have a dialogue on how to build AI systems, but we also use it to teach people how to prompt AI the right way so that you get better execution out of it. And you don't get pirates chatting. So I think that's about all I got time for. I'm gonna yield the floor. You wanna use that? If you don't, just throw it up there.
Afternoon, everyone. Oh boy. Here we go. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jordan Gray. I'm from Montgomery Parks in Maryland. So thank you all for allowing me to come here and be here with you guys today. So just kicking things off, leveraging AI in marketing and public affairs. Montgomery Parks, this is a map of the county, Montgomery County, Maryland, just outside of Washington, D.C. And I'll lean right in. Just a quick show of hands. Who's seen Parks and Rec, the TV show? Okay, a good amount. So, okay, those jokes will land. So yeah, Parks and Rec, the show, I would say my job is maybe 50% like it. Some days more, some days a little bit less. So I did ask AI to, how would Tom Haverford, who's the marketing expert, present this presentation? Don't be a dummy, why AI is the future for friend making for parks, or AI, the glitzy gab guru in buzz making and people wooing. So there you go, leaning right into the Parks and Rec theme, being from a Parks department. So yeah, as I said, I'm Jordan Gray. I work for Montgomery Parks, Montgomery County, Maryland. I've been the public affairs and marketing manager for the past 2 years. I've been with Montgomery Parks for the past 8. Before that, I did work for a PR firm, and I worked for my alma mater's communications office, Georgetown University. So I have some comms firm experience, but I also want you to meet our marketing team. And when you think of your local parks department, you might have a marketing team like this. A manager, we have 2 assistant managers, digital, think social media, print, maps, brochures. We have 1 photographer and videographer. We have 1 graphic designer, and we have 1 part-time communications assistant. 1 person not in this photo is the social media manager who took this photo, and then we also had our, which might happen a lot, right? And then we had our intern as well. I personally handle a lot of the content that is on our website. So I guess opening this up, what do you think of when you think of a parks department? Just shout things out.
Soccer fields.
Soccer fields. Playgrounds, okay. Pavilions, barbecues. Groundskeeping, okay. So all great starts, but as you can see, the list is a lot longer than that, right? We have amenities, playgrounds, courts, fields. We have facilities, we have ice rinks, we have campgrounds, nature centers, historic sites, museum quality facilities that we have to support. We have rentals, whether it's picnic shelters, barbecue pits, as you would say, activity buildings. We put on, obviously, a lot of programs as well, right? You might think of the different things that your Parks Department is putting on in programs. We also have to do public outreach. That means that's planning. That means those community meetings. Whether or not someone asks us why the ham sandwich was on that park bench, right? That's a Parks and Rec reference for those that don't get it. And then we have surveys that we have to reach out about. And then we have stewardship. The photo in the middle right there is from a prescribed burn, a fire that we just did to control some of the native wildlife or native grass in our area. So that's stewardship, arborists, streams, sustainability, volunteers. So Parks Department encompasses a lot. So then that kind of comes into how do we support the close to 1 million residents and park patrons at our that come to Montgomery Parks. In a recent presentation to our parks leadership, I noted that our team was working on projects for 33 different internal clients. If you think about our different nature centers, our different facilities, all of those different things. And when I started 8 years ago, I think maybe the number might have been 20, right? We have the same staff, we have the same budget, less than 1% of the overarching operating budget for all of Montgomery Parks, and yet we have more clients. And in addition to that, when you think about that, we have limited time and channels to get our information out. Whether it's social media, our website, community calendars, digital ads, radio ads, TV, bus, newsletters, pitching. The Venn diagram for parks users doesn't necessarily overlap a lot, right? So you might have someone that's interested in our stream water monitoring, but that doesn't overlap necessarily with the person that's interested in the public skating sessions at our ice rinks. So how do we allocate the fire hose of information we send out to the public, because we can't publish 10 times a day on our Facebook channel, right? And how can we then measure the success of our campaigns? Do people show up to our events? Do people fill out our surveys? Are people visiting our website? So getting into that, that's the background. So then how are we using AI? And as I mentioned, we're a team of 5, 6. And so what I like to say to the team is that it's better to not have a blank piece of paper in front of you, right? AI can help stimulate, create something that you then can react to. It is not, when you might be out of that creative juice, you're able to throw in a prompt, you're able to provide something, and then it comes back. Prompt, be a social media expert, be a communications expert, be concise, be persuasive. It then comes out with something, and what I like to say is that it might help you get to the 20-yard line, right? It's something that helps in terms of, yes, I put a tiger up there for you guys. Know your audience, right? So really speaking to that, how I view working with it, it helps us get to the 20-yard line. I had a boss at one point said, and this is what I say to anyone joining the team, is that you do a project, get at least 80% of the way there, then the rest of us can help you get it over the goal line, right? And so that's really what I have been trying to use, or we have been trying to use AI in terms of getting there, right? And I think that was what was kind of discussed in the previous thing. It doesn't mean you still need to be a good writer because you need to be able to edit it. You still need to know graphic design. You still need to know some of those marketing communications techniques to get it over the goal line, right? And so some of the interesting ways we've used it. So some use cases. So internally, we've used it. We only have one graphic designer on staff, right? So how have we been able to better utilize her time? I put in some prompts and it generated a graphic design timeline and guideline document, right? So we then take that, we manipulate that, we then find a final version. And then we also, I don't know if you ever go by your parks, you see those big park kiosks. Inevitably, you might have the community information, community members might put flyers in there, the Parks Department might have flyers in there as well. We wanted to kind of come up with we've really been trying to set a standard for our kiosks. You can see the poster in that kiosk there, right? So we created, I created this really quickly, a Parks Department third-party signage policy. Really wanting to make sure that if people engage with us and want our help putting their flyers in our kiosks, we have guidelines and standards to that. And then I would also say, if you go to your parks, just look around and look at all the signage that are in your parks, right? Sometimes there's sign pollution. We're trying to cut down on signs. So one of the things that we've definitely been doing, and you can see the "Do Not Feed the Wildlife" sign, right? That's a sign that previously might have had 25 words about not feeding the wildlife. How can we reduce that? And that kind of gets us into the creative side of things. So AI for content creation. New ways to say the same thing. This is a big thing where there's only so many times you can say learn more, right? Throwing learn more into any one, whether it's Copilot, Gemini, ChatGPT. Show us some quick list of alternatives, and it comes out with different ideas. Email subject lines, our communications assistant shared some of these, right? Let's turn 20 words into 9 so that our click rate goes up or our open rate on our newsletter goes up. And then also we have some fun with puns, whether it's unearth dynamite events, right? Or Let's Dig It was this recent one. It talked about archaeology, right? Really trying to use new ways to create some of the similar content. And so I'll get into some of the fun or unique content, right? We do have a lot of repetitive programming. The example here on the left is Sunday Serenades. It's an event that we just put on, or still putting on the Sunday of each Sunday of April, right? So it's repetitive programming. How can we create new and unique content, or how can we create content that we can plug and play the different acts that are coming and presenting at Sunday Serenades? So really trying to utilize, creating whether it's, and then also one thing that I removed, right? We have to create the content for Facebook, for Instagram, for Twitter, for Threads, for Nextdoor, for LinkedIn, right? There's different variations for each of those items, right? And then on the other side, on the right-hand side, you see an example of an upcoming program called Roller Disco. We have a roller skating event at one of our facilities, an outdoor inline rink, and really trying to throw it in. And we threw this example in, and this is what came out, of we want social media content where we want 2 posts a week all the way leading up to the events, right? So it comes back to us with a schedule, and it's something for us to react to, right? So it's something that gives us some idea of some of the content that we can then use, and then we plug into our system. And you can see the bottom is just a schedule of some of our posting, right? So on a day where we might have 7 posts, or at a day that actually the highlight towards the side is 25 posts. That's going across all of our different channels. So then another example is that we do radio ads, right? So utilizing it to create radio copy. If you want, I know the presentation's available online, but if you want, you can see the entire chat that we went through, right? Short copy for a radio ad about encouraging people to come out for spring live music outdoors in a park on Sunday mornings. So that's the first version, but then additional prompts. Provide a few more examples, a few more options that are only 1 or 2 sentences. Can you do a few variations with using spring? A few more examples that talk about starting your Sunday morning right. Or then just shorten. Those were all additional parts of the prompt and the conversation when then creating the copy. And then a final version that looked as is presented here, right? And then we still have to tweak it a little bit, because when you send it over to the radio station, you need to write out montgomeryparks.org, right? So there's still those final touches that our team needs to take throughout this process. And this is the fun example. We wanted to do something around the holidays. So we asked Chat to be a screenwriter and write a Hallmark Christmas movie, holiday movie, and it came out with a few different examples. And so we asked it to channel its inner Lacey Chabert, or Chabet, I don't want to, okay. And I'll read one of them. A small town Christmas match. Emily, a local bakery owner, and Jack, the charming new owner of the town's sports equipment store, are rivals during the community's annual pickleball championship at Bower Drive Local Park. That's one of our parks that has pickleball. Amidst their competitive banter and heated matches, Emily and Jack discover that love can be found in the most unexpected places, turning a friendly rivalry into a love story that brings joy to the whole town. We use throughout the team, different team members use ChatGPT, Copilot, Gemini to see different results. We mixed and matched, and then from there we edited things down. So a couple falling in love at pickleball, older adults finding love at our 55 plus events, right? And someone involving our Otis the Owl mascot, so that's that bottom one as well. And then obviously don't look at the fingers, as we all know, on that top photo with the pickleball thing. Yeah, no, it doesn't like fingers, yeah. And this reached close to 3,000 accounts through our Facebook channels, right? Specifically through our Instagram. So the QR code there goes to the actual posts on our channel. And then lastly, one of the things that I'm in charge of some of our our digital ads. So really looking at how it can help us through our Google ads or our Meta ads, right? There's different variables throughout the process, and you can ask it for multiple headlines. It helps us with A/B testing. Really speaking is that we can get more information or more options available to us. On the left, whether it's headlines, descriptions, you name it, it offers a few different things. This Sligo Creek Fest is a new event that's coming up on May 4th. And then on Facebook or Meta advertising, once again, there's these different options, whether it's the headline, the ad text, the URL, or the link description. There's more different aspects that you can have, and you can use, we've been able to use it to generate more options for us that then we can A/B test and look at how it reacts to it. And then I know it's been highlighted already, but it's one of the things that we're seeing throughout our job is that AI is baked into our daily tools. We use Hootsuite to manage our social media accounts. Hootsuite now has their AI opportunities. Canva has AI as well. Copilot, we're on Microsoft at work, so Copilot is baked into our operating system, and then Adobe Firefly as well, and that's where actually those images were created. And so when this kind of comes into the ethics, the accessibility limitations that we've discussed as a team, is that we do have a staff photographer, right? We have over 100,000 images on our Flickr account. And then we also know that AI sometimes pulls images from other places as well. So on that Flickr, on that Hallmark example, we did put this caveat of all images have been created with Adobe Firefly and are not based on real people. We wanted to be upfront about that with those images, because also when we do highlight our photography, we want to highlight that we do have some great photography as well. And then the last thing I would also note is that we are very concerned about accessibility through our social media and all of our efforts as well. And you'll know, if you remember on the roller disco example, it spit out emojis. Emojis aren't accessible when they're placed on content. So once again, it all still requires that extra touch. It gets you that 80% of the way there, and then the team is able to take it across the goal line. So with that, I leave you with Otis the Owl and Woody Tree, are two of our mascots. And thank you very much for having me here. And I'll hand it off to MP.
I wasn't paying attention during the pre-presentation, clearly, because I don't know where mine is.
Should be one of those next to the trash can on the bottom.
There we go. Here we go. All right, let's do, this is supposed to be a PD, there we go. All right. I'm going to warn you all that I will be asking you questions during this presentation, so you're going to have to pay attention. in order to answer them. First of all, I do a lot of lobbying. I do a lot of political consulting. We're going to talk a little bit about what that is so that you can understand AI in the context of what our firm is working on. But I'm here to tell you that the world of lobbying and political communications, government relations, is definitely, like most industries, undergoing a big transformation that involves AI. In 2015, late 2015, I sat on this stage with a bunch of political consultants after a big governor's race. I had just won running Governor John Bel Edwards' campaign for governor. And I was asked a lot of questions about the communications work that we did on that race. And do you all think I mentioned AI during that presentation? No. Do you think I was already using AI in 2015 and didn't know it? Absolutely, 100%. And I'm going to talk a little bit about why it's important that we name AI in what we're doing, that we own that that's what it is, and that we absolutely reject the notion that there's danger in using it in politics. One of the best ways to demonstrate that there's not danger when we ethically use AI is to note that we have been doing it for a long time. How long do you think we've been using polling in American politics? Well, American politics began in 1776, and there were straw polls in 1776, and those were predictive methods for determining potential voter persuasions, right? We've been using AI, whether organically generated by human beings or through the use of computers, forever. There has been AI in politics since ancient Rome, okay? It's not new and it's not dangerous. Why do you think we would want to use AI? If you were running a political campaign, whether for a candidate or for a message, or doing even what I think most of us regard as public relations, why would you want to use AI? I'm sorry? Strategic. Speed. Who's your client? Who's your client in a political campaign? The candidate. Why would it be an advantage for your candidate to use AI? Saving lots of money. How can you save money by using AI in political campaigns? You stop talking to people you can't persuade when you use AI, period. End of discussion. And I want to warn you, that means if you want to matter in political campaigns, you better be someone worth talking to. You better be a voter. Because if you're not a voter, I'm going to use AI to eliminate you from my strategy for talking to you, because it is so expensive to convince you to come vote. So I'll get off my soapbox about voting now, but I want you to know, if you want to be spoken to in American politics, you got to vote. Otherwise, we're not talking to you anymore. So on that note, I'm supposed to be actually talking to you about this transformation that we're having. Our firm does a lot of lobbying, which is really just campaigning by a different name. We have a different set of voters that we're trying to persuade, and those are policymakers in state legislatures and on Capitol Hill. When we do that lobbying work, we're being very thoughtful. We have a different client, right? Our client isn't a candidate. It's usually someone that's trying to convince a bunch of sometimes irrational legislators here in Louisiana, 144 of them, or a majority of them, or 2/3 of them, to do something that's in the client's best interest, but that those lawmakers may not believe is in their best interest. Why do lawmakers see a divergence between what my client wants and what they want? What's the goal of every lawmaker that's elected?
To get reelected.
To get reelected. So when I use AI in lobbying, it's to communicate to legislators that what I'm asking them to do will help them get reelected. It's to provide them with data and information that predicts how their constituency will respond to their decision that I'm asking them to make, right? In the old days, I would have done this by showing them a press release that they could put out if they voted a certain way. Now I generate the press release using language AI, and I show them data on how voters will respond to that decision using what I call less than real polling, AI predictive data on how constituents like those in their district think about the issue, right? When I can't afford a, quote, real poll from their district on behalf of my client. So basically everything we do at Top Drawer Strategies is persuasion messaging. Sometimes that is lobbying, sometimes it's political campaigns for issue-based candidates or for issue-based campaigns or candidates. But basically, we're always looking to engage the public with what we're doing as a tool to enhance the outcome of our campaign or to enhance the outcome of our legislative attempt, right? And so this is sort of lobbying plus, as we brand it at Top Drawer Strategies. And that is that I'm not just going to buy steak, because I'll just tell you, how do you think Louisiana law defines lobbying, by the way? We're going to talk a little bit about ethics at the end of this, or I wouldn't be a good law professor, right? So what is lobbying? Anybody? I'll do this again. Spending money for the purpose of influencing the passage or defeat of legislation. That's what the law says lobbying is. I can tell you there's a whole lot more to it than that, but that's when I'm required to register as a lobbyist or report an expenditure as a lobbyist, is when I have made an expenditure for the purpose of influencing the passage or defeat of legislation. So most people think of buying a nice steak dinner or a round of golf or sponsoring a dove hunt or an alligator hunt. And I do all of those things when the boys will let me attend their events, but I do a lot more than that, and that's what's made our firm very successful. I told you that maybe in 2015 I would have offered a legislator a letter to the editor or a press release to show them why they should do the thing that my client wants them to do and how I've added to that. But in persuasive messaging and in lobbying, relationships are still the gold standard. How can AI help me develop a relationship with a human being who's a legislator? Any ideas?
Pull the history of everything they're for and against and feed them back their positions.
Yes. Predictive modeling can tell me a lot about who someone really is versus who they think they are. Because there's a big difference between who they think they are as a policymaker and who they really are. Now, I bring a lot of human expertise to what their voting record may mean, but the other way that it can help me, not just with how I'm talking to legislators, but with how I'm communicating to my client. And this has really been a game changer for us. We're so blessed to have some amazing clients. I mean, we represent people who have literally built a wall in the ocean, the largest floodgate in the world, to save Louisiana from coastal flooding, and I'm very proud of that work. We've represented the largest tonnage port in the Western Hemisphere to make sure that America gets to eat because of what we do here in Louisiana. We represent one of the premier federally recognized Native American tribes, helping them with their tax and gaming compacts. They have the largest gaming floor in Louisiana. We've done a ton of work around criminal justice reform to make Louisiana, for a short time, no longer #1 in incarceration. In fact, this morning we passed a really important bill on the death penalty out of a committee. But on the way here, I was talking to one of my staff about a new client who walked through the door this morning, and they need an ad campaign turned around by Friday. It's going to have mail, digital, social media. They want it all on Friday. Before AI, I would have laughed at them. Instead, I said, maybe. And I think that maybe we'll turn into a yes before Friday because they're willing to pay a lot of money for it. However, I would have just had to laugh at them if this was before AI, before I had the ability to prompt a machine to help me turn what I know is solid gold in my brain, of course, into a proper 3-piece mail campaign, digital, culling all that data, predicting what the audience they've given me is going to do, maybe buying some more data to supplement to make sure those attitudes really exist, all that stuff. I would have just had to say no. Because I have AI, I can say maybe, and I can combine different types of AI, both predictive and language learning and all those things to make these giant campaigns happen. We've been really lucky to have these great clients, but they have really unreasonable expectations, as demonstrated by if I wish I could tell you what the thing is that walked through the door today, because you would be like, what? Because that's kind of what I said. AI has helped me set reasonable expectations because I can prove to them that my advice is good. They will believe data on a paper, even though they should believe the art of persuasion that I'm so eloquently I have mastered, you know, and demonstrated over 15 years of my professional life. They don't really buy that. I can give them lots of good advice that they want to ignore, and I'm a good soldier. I can give them a good advice, and if they won't take it, I'm going to spend their money on what they tell me to spend it on, and try not to say I told you so at the end of the process. But when I can go to them and I can say, look, if we write this piece of legislation the way that you want it, we have no chance of passing it. And here's all the data to show you why. Because every piece of legislation that had anything in it like that was dead on arrival for the last 3 terms of state government. And here's all the tone about it, all the media coverage about it, not one good thing. Now, if you will allow me to split the bill into 2 pieces, I can get this piece done this year. Or if you'll allow me to write it this way, here's data that shows that made it out of committee before, or something like it made it out of committee before. Maybe slightly different legislators at play, maybe some people have moved around, but I can actually convince the client to do what's in their best interest, and man, does that make life better. Does that make life better for my staff? Yes. Does it make life better for me? Yes. It was mentioned in my bio that I work for Billy Nungesser, and if he would fall in line with some of the principles I'm speaking about and looking at the data and looking at what's possible, I think he's my last client that won't believe the AI, and he's finally coming around to it this year because I convinced him to change 1 piece of legislation after I analyzed how the legislature was likely to receive it, and to his chagrin, it moved out of committee once that amendment was made. If we would not have made that amendment, it was very clear to him the vote wouldn't have been there. So when you are approaching clients about why use AI, save your examples of when it worked for another client, please. We have had to ask clients to invest in some AI up front in order to save some on the back end. And I guess one really good example of that is in political campaigns. Analyzing data before we even begin designing messages has saved us a lot of money. We've gone in completely different directions after we have used AI to really predict outcomes with a specific set of data. It's also helped us to know that we needed to buy more data, which again is another expense. But it's saved us money in the long run. I've avoided, I think, 2 runoff campaigns, and I really credit that to the use of AI in the last cycle. And both of those were parish-wide races, so you know, that's $350,000, $400,000 that we've saved clients and having to raise that kind of money in a runoff by making sure they got just over 50% of the vote in the primary and didn't have to go through a runoff. And I really do think that's because we spent money up front to integrate AI into what we were doing. So we're able to pull in more stakeholders, looping back around to what I was talking about with engaging real humans. We can engage legislators and clients, but we can also find new allies using AI. Because of our ability to analyze tone of news coverage and social media, we can discover who already agrees with us that can support. I don't know how many of you study social movements. That's what my real educational background is in. But we can find the agitators who can look like grassroots people on our campaign so that we can keep being the formal advocates that really need to show up to the Capitol and be polished and, quote, professional. And we can have both pieces of the real movement that we need in order to accomplish big goals. And we can do that using AI. That has enhanced and will enhance things for the client that called me this morning. I'm going to produce for them this really polished, public-facing, both earned media campaign, digital, social, mail, radio, billboard, messaging campaign, and all of it's going to use AI. And we're going to have the data analyzed so that we know we're talking to the right people who are going to agree with us to get them to take the action that we want them to take. But we're also going to find out who is already in the community that agrees with us. So who already posted something that looks like what we're saying, or posted a news article that had a tone that was favorable to us. And we're going to be able to add them into our data. There's somebody who's already prepped and ready to receive our message that is very likely, very highly likely to take the action we want them to take, which is going to be to reach out to an elected official. So many, many ways that we fold this in. And I actually have a former Manship student who's our director of strategic communications that is in the middle of developing for our company a business process document to make sure that when a client walks through the door like they did this morning, we are integrating every type of AI that we possibly can into their wish list of services, and that we're doing it in a very step-by-step manner and not skipping any of those steps. Because it is still new and it's constantly changing, I'm going to have to make sure that we update that document probably every 6 months minimum. On the ethics of this, you know, I think a lot of people have concerns about like black box lobbying. So I'm going to be using this AI to sort of like trick legislators into doing something, and I'm not going to be disclosing that. It was stated earlier, I teach legislative drafting at Tulane Law School, and I think a lot about the ethics of using AI in lobbying specifically, and especially expenditures made on AI. Right now, I am required to tell the state of Louisiana every time I buy the legislator a steak dinner, but I don't have to tell them anything about how much money I spent making a legislator think that all of his constituents are against a bill, when maybe they wouldn't have even known it existed had I not used AI before. I don't think that's a good thing. I don't. And I have no fear about disclosure of AI because campaign finance disclosure already exists, and I already have plenty of ways to work around it and still follow the rules. So as long as we all have an agreed upon set of rules about what we have to disclose, I think we should be doing it. And actually a couple of my students are working on legislation for the state of Louisiana in the hopes that we will become the first state in the United States, and I'm sure all my fellow lobbyist comrades are going to be really angry at me about this, that will require the disclosure of AI. And why do you think they're going to be angry? You think they don't want to disclose it? No. They don't want anybody to find out that I'm the only one doing it. Because I guarantee you under this disclosure scheme, there'd be like 2 or 3 of us that would have anything that we'd ever have to report. And then it would really show that some of us are innovating and some of us are buying steaks. Under that scheme, basically, just like when I buy a legislator a steak, I would have to say, I spent X this month on either predictive or generative AI to assist in the passage or defeat of a piece of legislation. Right now, when I take a legislator to dinner, I don't say what bill it was for, and that's fine. I don't think I should have to do that with AI either. But I should have to say if a portion of my expenditures as a lobbyist were to utilize artificial intelligence to influence the passage or defeat of legislation. And I think that in political advertising, I should be required to disclose that as well. Just like we saw with the Parks Department being completely transparent about images being generated, right? I even think if I use AI, I believe, and I think it's a healthy debate to have, that if I'm going to write copy for a political ad, it should say that I used AI to assist in the writing of that ad. It's as easy as an asterisk. It's as easy as the paid for line. All right. I don't know about radio because I don't feel it's fair to take up any of my 30-second radio time. But I think this is a debate that we should have, and I err on the side of over-disclosure, because I think the more that political consultants and lobbyists are willing to disclose, the more it will become extremely clear that what we're doing is highly ethical, and that it is helping to deliver better, more clear, and more true information to voters and to policymakers than it is ever being used to confuse or mislead. And I think if we would all start disclosing, it would make things a lot better. And so that's why I really am a big advocate for explainable AI. I occasionally write about AI in our newsletter, usually twice a year. I just did a big one at the beginning of the year, and you can see past issues for anybody in this room who's interested in our constitutional convention. Maybe coming to Louisiana. I wrote about this yesterday in the issue that we put out yesterday. And likely in the next newsletter, which will be in the middle of the Constitutional Convention, if there is one, I'm going to write about how AI could be influencing our Constitutional Convention. Something that I'm sure nobody has really thought about, but I think about late at night when I'm supposed to be sleeping. So use the QR code and sign up. It's an interesting newsletter. I promise it's always just on the verge of me saying something I shouldn't, which is something I do a lot. And I appreciate your attention and your interest in the ways that AI is changing political communications. I think it's really positive. And I am a big proponent of hiring manship grads. So please keep my contact information handy, and please reach out whenever you want to do an internship or you want to learn more about what our firm is doing. And keep on trucking. We need better journalists and more of them. We need young people to be involved in political communications in a way that is not ideological other than to promote true and correct information. We need more of that. So please come visit with me, and I look forward to answering some of your questions.
Okay, I'll now invite our panelists to come sit on the very comfortable yet slightly daunting chairs here.
Slightly daunting.
And we will start our Q&A. So if you have questions, I'll come chase you down. Okay.
Well done, Chief.
I have a question for the last speaker. In regards to the ethical concerns, with big data, and if you're familiar with Cambridge Analytica, we saw the repercussions of companies like Cambridge Analytica who bought data, and that data and science was often questionable the way that they used that, and it had real life implications on our elections and the other people's elections in other countries. In a world where AI is being used in things like lobbying, what stops other companies from rising up and manipulating governments and ultimately disenfranchising voters? And additionally, there's a large opening for abuse and misuse in AI in these settings, and what stops political officials from squashing social movements or those who disagree with them by buying data?
Sure, so I think your question kind of has two parts, and one is about the actions of government. That was the kind of the tail end of the question, and one is about the actions of private corporations or foreign governments, which I kind of view in the same bucket. I'm sure some corporations wouldn't be happy about being compared to, Putin. But on the private corporation side, the only way to actually regulate the use of AI and big data, quote unquote, is disclosure and penalties for non-disclosure. If you can't do business in America because you don't disclose how you're acquiring data and what you're doing with it, then you will be incentivized to disclose how you got it and what you're doing with it. Does that keep you from doing things that we would otherwise not like? Not necessarily, but you can regulate that too with fines and fees. There's a reason that all my clients file their campaign finance reports on time and tell the truth about who gave them money and how they spent it. And it's because they want to stay in office. So if we require private corporations to disclose how they use AI the same way that they have to disclose any other contribution or thing of value that's contributed to political campaigns, in my opinion, you will put a large filter on the problem of utilizing AI to spread false information. No one wants their name attached to doing something that's shady, and absolutely no one wants their name attached to doing something that's illegal. So if you have to disclose that you did it, and we have a law saying it's illegal, it's very unlikely to happen at a high rate. And that is the solution to the problem. So that is a government action that has to be taken and has to continue to develop from the Federal Elections Commission, from state ethics agencies. And I think that's a really solvable problem. That's a few bills. And empowering a public agency to enforce the law and letting judges interpret it. You wanted to follow up? I'm going to talk about the other government part of your question too.
Well, what are your personal feelings about that? Because if
Disclose. Require us to disclose everything you want. I'm totally unafraid of disclosure as a political consultant. Anyone who's afraid of disclosure is stealing money from their clients. I can name a few who do it. On the side of governments misusing it, you know, that's a harder question, but there are intergovernmental agencies whose job it is to regulate that. And I think that agencies like the United Nations should take instances of misusing AI as seriously as any other human rights violation, because that's what it is. When you misinform entire populations of people with regard to political things, you are causing them to harm themselves. It's like a cancer. It is something that can invade a society, and it should be treated just like that. And all of the tools of an agency like the United Nations should be available to combat it. And that's everything from sanctions to have no longer having membership in the United Nations. And if these are sort of like rogue organizations that are doing it, I think that other foreign nations should have every tool available to them to fight them the same way they would fight, you know, non-governmental, pseudo-governmental terrorist organizations. I know that might sound like really like, whoa, but I've spent a lot of time thinking about this over the last 5 or 6 years, and that's why I sound so sure about my answer. Digital terrorism is digital terrorism. We already have regulations against it and ways to respond to it. All you have to do is add AI to the list of things that you're regulating. I actually see it as a very simple mechanism for government to accomplish. Will it mean it never happens? No, crime happens every day. Terrorism happens every day. But having a plan that disincentivizes it will reduce it happening to begin with.
Other questions?
I'd be curious to hear all three of you talk about how you're using AI to decide who to target. And I mean, it's not just a political thing, although, so part of it is I want to create the right message. Part of it is I want to reach the right people, whether it's a campaign, whether it's an ad campaign or a voting campaign. Just, and it may be there's not a lot you can do with it at the moment, but I'd just be curious to see how are you using AI to help influence your decision-making and practical kind of use of that technology for that purpose.
Okay. Yeah, I think in terms of research, obviously we can use it to, you know, I would say when you're working with a small team, you're a small in-house agency, I can't say I'm an expert at Google Ads. I can't say I'm an expert at Facebook ads, but I can ask it to be one in a sense. And it can assist. Like, I know enough to get by, and I know where I'm going and what direction, but then saying, you know, are there other things that we should be targeting? And so then it can assist when I'm developing those Google ad campaigns, or that. No. Is it just advising? Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, to his question, it's not placing the ad itself, and once again, it's just helping me get to that 20-yard line, right, or 10-yard line or 5-yard line, and then I'm taking that information and getting it to the place that I want to. And then also I'm the one going back in and analyzing it as well. Is it actually hitting the audience that I want it to hit? And then tweaking from there.
In politics, you know, I can buy the best voter list in the world, and that first of all, I'm already making a human decision about data when I decide to only talk to voters or chronic voters or voters who vote most of the time, right? And I can like buy data that gives me their name and address and their age and their race and their party registration. I can add to that data with consumer information about where they like to shop but I'm still gonna have to make some human, really assumptions. I mean, I'm just gonna say it's an art. It's an art about what that means. Because I can use, in 2015, when the internet was still young, I could buy data that would tell me how 100 other voters like you were likely to behave. But I rejected that data in 2015 in favor of actual voter history. Now I would tell you that I trust that data a little bit more depending on its source. And I would only ever make decisions about how to integrate AI or layer AI, whether that's like in writing a message to that particular audience, with polling, and usually with traditional polling. I want some traditional polling on how that district or that state, whatever the geography is going to respond to certain messages. And once I know that, then I'm going to go look at my data set and say, okay, African American voters need to get this message that really motivated them. 57% of my list is African American. That's a good use of my money. So it's a majority of my data, sending a message to that group that maybe they're not quite with me on this yet will be a good use of my money. And then that's when the AI for me is gonna come in. That's when I'm gonna use the AI to write an A, B, C, D, and E message that, again, now the human's gonna have to come back in after a week of running it to say, well, what got the best response? So really, I think AI is the cream in the cookie. I need a human on both ends of message development, persuasive message development, and AI is really in the middle of the process. I can't get started with just that, and I can't really make final decisions with just that.
So there's a difference, I guess, between just analyzing data and using AI to analyze it and make responses to the data. So, I mean, we've always been using data to access who we target. We've used the AI or the machine learning tools that are built into the Facebook Ads Manager and to the Google Ads Manager. Every day there's a new tool coming out that takes it up another notch, you know. So we're paying attention to those tools all the time. What we have a tendency to do is use AI to help us craft the message to reach that person, not necessarily select that person. We use other tools for that. And here's where I think universities like this one could really help the workforce. Knowing that the students are going to need to use AI is one thing. Knowing what excellence looks like is another. When students don't know what excellence looks like, then AI will produce average at best, because the corpus of data that AI is schooled upon when it comes to copywriting, and I can tell you, I was telling somebody else this the other night, we built 2,000 some odd websites over the last 20 years. Over time, people always want to cut costs. Where did they cut costs? Copywriting. So they didn't want to hire a professional copywriting. So what did they do? They got the CEO or somebody else to write copy who was not schooled at writing copy. And so then they started to get upset because the website wasn't converting. Now, think of the thousands and thousands of websites where that was the issue, right? Somebody who wasn't schooled at writing copy wrote the copy, and now all of that is data that ChatGPT is using, which is why when you tell it to take on a certain role, it talks like an infomercial. But wait, there's more. You'll also get this bamboo steamer.
And we're just getting started.
And we're just getting started, yeah. I mean, all of that stuff is nauseating. And so if you don't know what excellence looks like, you're going to accept that. And then AI will start to feed its own crap back to itself. And that's the part that scares me. So whether it's finance, whether it's HR, whether it's marketing, we need to have students understand what excellence looks like, whether it's getting results, whether it's getting political results or results on that. You need to know what that looks like. And then when AI puts something out, then you'll be able to know what to do to master it the right way. Hopefully that makes sense. But we use AI, we give it the parameters, and we say, I want you to analyze this audience, but we have what we call refiner prompts, which make it get more emotional in how it words stuff. But if we didn't know what to look for, man, we would be putting out some serious garbage,
I want to give you a great example that involves students of what he's talking about. So I teach a class on legislative drafting. I needed to draft a resolution honoring the life achievements and contributions of Terrebonne Parish President Gordon E. Dove upon his leaving office or whatever. He's now the head of our CPRA here in Louisiana. And because I know what an excellent resolution looks like, I knew what to ask AI to generate for me with a high level of specificity. But I asked all of my students in an effort to demonstrate to them that I would know if they were using AI to cheat in my class. We did a little exercise in class. And I asked them in real time, I want each of you to pull your laptops out, and I want you to, I need a resolution. I want you to look up who Gordy Dove is. I want you to look up who he is, and we just need a resolution honoring, him. A simple resolution. That's what they're referred to as. So everybody did that, and we had a few students come up and put what they came up, whatever chat they chose to use, came up with. Well, none of them knew to tell it to use Louisiana coding conventions. None of it knew where to access the best biography of Gordy Dove, which you would know if you had worked around the legislature before, or maybe that you would want to have more than one bio for Gordy for it to reference, right? They didn't tell it to, they didn't give it any other examples that it might want to reference of other resolutions or whatever. So mine ended up being, and I'm not lying, the version that I ended up submitting to staff with maybe like one word change. It already had lines for the speaker's signature and the Senate president's signature. It was chronological. It referenced all the great moments of Gordy's life, and it was perfect. The rest of them were really terrible, but I didn't show them mine until the end. And we kind of voted on which one do you think is the best and what would you change about it and blah, blah, blah. And when they saw what my prompt produced, it became very clear to them that without an understanding of what the final product should look like as first generated by a human, as it has been for many, 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 many years, it wasn't as useful of a tool. And that's why I'm really excited to talk to this guy more about how I can train my students using some of what he's working on. But I just think it's a great demonstration of like why no one, first of all, why no one should be afraid of this, but also that if you're not getting traditional training in your field about what excellence looks like, you will not be able to produce a good ad campaign, you will not be able to select an audience, and you will not have a good message. I'll let you ask on the mic.
Just a quick.
I think no, because he has the better than AI, our legislative staff, and I mean that. I mean that wholeheartedly. They are better than any AI you could ever ask for on legislative drafting.
I have a question about policy. A lot of this has been about generative AI, but I work in Dubai a lot, and like when I go to the hotel that I stay in all the time, when I walk up to the front desk, facial recognition identifies me. So when I walk up, they already know who I am. They're like, "Hello, Mr. Craze," so on. And I'm already being checked in as I approach it. And even when I go through the airport in Dubai, I get off the plane, go through the gate, they recognize my face. I never take out my passport. I just walk right through the gate, go right in. When do you see that type of facial recognition, computer vision type technologies might be applied to policy legislation, also persuasion marketing in the sense of lobbying or mass type issues like at a rally or a conference or whatever, that you're using other types of AI for things that might be more of an invasion of privacy?
I mean, I work in 4 state legislatures, mostly, occasionally a one-off, and do a little bit of education work in DC. And I I think that we are very unlikely to see the United States move in that direction anytime soon. And I guess I actually still think that's a good thing. I don't think people trust our government or any of our corporations that are regulated by our government to obtain, store, or be in charge of that kind of data. And just from a political consultant standpoint, if someone came to me today and was like, I want to hire you to pass a piece of legislation that name a function of facial recognition, just as an example, I would be like, I'm not interested. And the reason why is I would not want to be the person talking to legislators in any of the 4 states that I work in, and some of them are not as conservative as Louisiana, about why this is really actually a good thing and it'll be good for our economy and blah, blah, blah. I mean, like, they will not just be slamming the door in my face. They don't want to hear it. And I don't know that I, like, from a professional standpoint, would want to be associated with it at this point. And I just think, you know, when you have a government that has a lot more power to obtain that kind of data and store it, it's no wonder they use it. And I do appreciate that it is in use in some ways. You know, I mean, like, I use Clear at the airport, and it's very voluntary. It's a very voluntary thing. I said I wanted to use Clear. I gave them a picture of my eyeballs that they can have. I don't know what they're doing with it. I feel confident that anybody who has a picture of my eyeballs will have absolutely no power over me that they do not currently have. Maybe I'm naive. You know, we already legislate with regard to these things, but it's always to prohibit it. I think the only people who've been successful in American policy in promoting the use of facial recognition are law enforcement in any way.
Quick follow-up. I was thinking of like focus groups where if they're analyzing micro-expressions.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I use that. I use that in focus groups, but again, that's voluntary and unregulated by the government. And I do think that data, when you have enough money to pay for it, is very, very important when you're trying to serve an emotional and memorable message, which in political messaging is invaluable. If people see something once and remember it, it saves you a lot of money in the long run. So if you, even if you're paying for that AI up front to make sure that this gut feeling you have about whether your negative political ad is going to be memorable and make people feel something, even if it costs you a lot up front, and if you get a yes out of it in a focus group, or that this is the best one, is probably a good use of your money. I think private industry will continue to use it as long as it's not regulated by government. But like, you know, I was in Vegas a couple weeks ago. If I had walked up to my hotel to check in and they had recognized me for check-in, I think I would have been the only person checking into that hotel, because here in the United States of America, so many people would be like, I'm not staying there. They took a picture of my face. We just have a long way to go. Oh, hell yeah, I know. Yeah, that's why I have so much trouble getting into hair. I'm kidding. I don't have any trouble getting into hair, as they're happy to take my money.
We've used Arbitron books, Nielsen books, ratings for generations to like dictate advertising prices. As we try to tailor the message, if we're in a position now where we can fine tune our marketing, what are the implications for traditional advertising markets, newspaper, television, radio?
So for us, we really don't do much print advertising at this point. One, we don't have that large of a budget, but we do still do radio and TV ads, just in terms of general brand awareness. There's still a place for that. But then when we do need to, right now we just recently launched, we need input on an action sports park, right? That's gonna have climbing, skate park, parkour, like these different things. And we're gonna start doing some paid ads to get more survey results. We know that audience. We know that specific fine-tuned audience. We're able to then spend our money more effectively, right? And just as much as where we now have 55+ programming, we know there's specific avenues for that. And that is actually where we might do some print, because we have a community called Leisure World in Montgomery County that has a huge population that we know that they have a newspaper. They have their own newspaper in this community, 10,000+ people, right? So we know that we need to do some print there, right? But then again, it's also not prohibitively expensive. So we're making sure that we're getting a good return on our investment when it comes to it. So yeah, that fine tuning happens on some level, but then when we do want brand awareness, it does go out wider in a sense.
I think, like, kind of working backwards, the effect on the price of media is going to continue to be that the price per point on television is lower. I'm going to explain why in a second. And that over the top becomes more expensive until it levels out. That digital is completely, the price of like showing people cross-platform display ads is gonna keep going like this because of how government is regulating that space, not because of AI. But the reason I say all of that is because really what the impact of AI is on like the medium you choose to talk to someone is your ability to know which messages are most effective with which audience. And so then from there, your decision is just, well, how do I reach the most people in that audience? So depending on the campaign you're running, and I'll use, I did a constitutional amendment in 2018 and one in 2020. In one, I utilized traditional cable and broadcast television ads, and one I did not. The reason that I made that decision is that I wasn't looking to increase voter turnout. So I didn't want to talk to anybody unless I knew who exactly I was talking to in one of those campaigns. And in the other one, I knew that unless I increased voter turnout, I would lose. And so I was like, well, hell, I hope everybody in the world sees this thing. And I don't care if it's over the top, you know, curated to this specific person or not. The more of that happens, you know, with traditional television advertising, I don't really know who saw it. I don't really know if the volume was on. I don't really know if they're gonna see it again. So I can't guarantee repetition. With over the top, I know pretty much, you know, unless they're like looking away, or what I do during the commercials on Hulu is texting. You know, I know better that I've served them 6 or 8 times in a short period of time, and that's why it's costing me more to do it that way. So, you know, I think that just like with print, the price of print will go down because there's less demand for it as a result of AI telling us not where to advertise, but who to advertise to, and that those people we cannot predict will actually read the newspaper, will actually see television, for instance.
So, following up on that, everything is just in a constant state of evolution when it comes to targeting. You know, the good old days were about 15 years ago when you had all kind of great data on people in Facebook, and you could target down to the, you know, the salary range, the title range,
awesome.
and everything else, right? Yeah, those were the days. Those days are gone.
It was cheap.
Right. And so little by little with privacy laws, all of your ability to target goes away unless you have access to third-party data, and they're making it harder for third-party data to even track all that stuff. So it's going to get trickier. But I also remember the days when our newspaper used to stay put when it was windy outside. Now it blows off the driveway, you know. I remember the days when we would get a big old honking yellow page thing, right? And now we get this little flyer that could stick in the back of an airline jacket, you know. And so you have to just shift, I guess. You figure out how you can reach the most people. I wish that there was, you know, a way to scientifically laser target everybody, but it seems like every time that happens, then somebody cries foul on the privacy side and we have to erase it. So it's kind of like a radar detector and a radar gun cat and mouse game that's going on. So I don't know that there's an answer to it other than just kind of figure it out as it happens, you know.
I was using tons of Google ads, you know, 4 or 6 years ago, but because my ability to use data I already own to target on Google has changed, sometimes that broad net's really good for what I'm working on, and I recommend it to a client, and other times I'm saying, no, don't do it, because we only want to talk to these specific people, and I can't guarantee that they'll see it that way, and I can't guarantee who else will see it that way. And that's just because of how the federal government has regulated that space.
This might be, recently a third party, a person came to us and said they were putting together a specific a playground guide for a very specific area within our county. And it was going to be a guide that was all of that city's playgrounds and all of our county playgrounds in that community. And they wanted us to sponsor this document for $5,000. And that they were then going to mail it out to everyone in that specific city within our county. And I had to go back, like, that's a significant amount of money for us, on one. And two, if you gave me $5,000, I could at least target the entire county, parents of small children, on both Facebook and Google, and let them know to visit a specific website on our page that would then give them the playground closest to them, right? So it goes to that audience and segmenting thing where that's way too expensive for us for this one specific instance. And so, being able to use that money and get a better return on our investment, we also didn't necessarily see the need to highlight our playgrounds because people still go to them. So, yeah, and that was the other aspect was they're showing us a product that they're already going to put out that already lists our playgrounds. They weren't going to take away our playgrounds from that document, but yeah, at the end of the day.
Oops.
Yeah, and they even corrected the website so that they did point to our right website on the document. So that was also nice.
Okay, so that actually is going to conclude our panel. Another round of applause for our panelists today. Yeah, I feel like that I have learned so much. So now is a good time. We're going to take a short break. Our next panel starts at 5 o'clock, so now is a good time to use the bathroom, stretch your legs, check your phone, and we're going to have our next panel, which looks at our Reilly Center interns and how they were kind of our guinea pigs and how they used AI. So make sure to come back.
My sister's name is Scarlett Elizabeth Evangeline Schultz, so she's got it even worse.
I only have two like first names. Well, Lyric is definitely it's a middle name. Okay, we'll go ahead and get started here. This is our third panel, which we're titling an AI experiment, planning the 2024 John Breaux Symposium. The panel will feature some of our amazing Reilly Center interns and their experiences planning this year's symposium using AI tools. They will also dive into the experimental aspect of this year's symposium and show you what AI came up with and tell us how helpful AI was in planning this entire process. So for our AI team on my right over here, we have Momita Roy and Savannah Lee Schultes. Hopefully I did that right. Okay. Momita is originally from Bangladesh, and she's a graduate student in the Mass Communications program here at the Manship School and a graduate assistant at the Reilly Center. With a Bachelor of Fine Arts and a Master of Business Administration, focusing on marketing mixed practices, she has a keen interest in strategic health communication and diversity and inclusion research. In addition to her research, she is also very involved with several student organizations, including LSU Student Government, and serves as the Director of International Student Affairs. Her devotion and dedication to the LSU community brought her the award of the LSU Unsung Hero 2024. Yeah, that deserves a round of applause for sure. Savannah is a senior undergraduate student here at the Manship School, majoring in mass communication with a concentration in public relations and a minor in screen arts. She currently interns at the Reilly Center and has been a Manship ambassador since 2021. She traveled abroad to Paris during June of 2023 to learn about new cultures and people. For our traditional team, we have Adam Chavez and Tabitha Langley. Adam is an undergraduate senior with a double major in public relations and Spanish with a minor in international studies. She's also my former student. She is involved in, so is Savannah. She is also involved in several campus organizations like the Latin American Student Organization and LSU's Pre-Law Society. She remains involved with her senior college as a Manship ambassador and as a 2024 LSU Bateman team member, where she helped create a campus-wide multicultural storytelling public relations campaign. Yeah. And last but certainly not least, we have Tabitha. Tabitha is an undergraduate sophomore and will be returning to the School of Architecture in the fall. She is involved in several campus organizations like Pi Beta Phi, a sorority, where she is a chair of philanthropy, and the Dance Marathon, where she is the assistant director of multimedia. She remains passionate about serving others through philanthropic efforts and shedding light on issues in the community in creative ways. I will now turn things over to Ty Mahoney, another one of our amazing Reilly Center interns, who is a huge part of organizing this event and who will be leading the conversation and give me a little bit of a break today. So without further ado, Ty.
Okay, hello everyone. I hope you guys have enjoyed our panels today. We're gonna get straight into our Reilly Center panel. We're gonna jump right in. So we're gonna start with the traditional team. So my question for you guys is, what was your initial reaction when you got your team assignments? How did you feel? Did you want to be on a traditional team? Did you not like AI said, like, forget AI? How did you feel about this?
So I actually wanted to be on the traditional team because I just like to write, I like to create, I like to implement my ideas. So when Maria told me I was on the traditional team, I was like, thank you. I was gonna ask to be on the traditional team. And it's been a wonderful time. It's basically what I usually do, but I've just put more focus into creating this for the event, which is AI. And even though I didn't do anything for AI, I did learn so much about it because I had to do research, I had to read, to create all of these materials. So I'm pretty glad I was put on the traditional team.
Okay, so for me, on the other hand, I actually wanted to be AI just because I've never really had much experience with AI, and it was never much in my face, but it's starting to blow up so much more, especially among students. I never really used it, and so I was like, I would love to be Team AI. Before we were assigned our teams, I was like, I would love to be Team AI, because that would give me the chance to actually use it and in ways that it will be useful. But I'm actually glad I got Team Traditional, because I think I realized how AI, it is advancing, but being Team Traditional and being able to compare what we were doing, comparing it to Team AI and seeing the struggles they were facing, I realized how much I actually appreciate being able to have all the control in my hands. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I think a quick follow-up question I can ask for y'all is, do you guys think that you'll be using AI a little bit more now that you didn't get the opportunity, or?
I would definitely like dabble in here and there, especially since like we now have all these resources that we like kind of use. And so I think I would use it moving forward. And I think I would also like find different ways to use it. Since I didn't get to use it for this experiment, I would use it for like other works, like probably in school or like my personal projects. But I do think I will do it moving forward.
I think even you're saying like in the future, like are we gonna start using it more? Even during this project, I started using it more, just seeing like the ways it was used for Team AI. Yeah.
All right, so you guys, what was your initial reaction about your AI presentation?
I really didn't have a preference about whether I wanted to be Team AI or traditional, but you know, I obviously wound up on AI. I was more so just excited to try a new type of event because I feel like normally we're all in, like we all kind of work together, but we're all kind of grouped into this event, this event, this event. So this is an opportunity for us to all work together and kind of, you know, we also had an experimental aspect, a research aspect, so it was just a little bit different, and I was kind of excited to just learn a little bit new things. But yeah.
Okay, for me, first of all, I was very excited to work on this project because last year I was working on this, Breaux Symposium, and I was thinking like, okay, maybe someday I will be here. So I was happy, but when I got to know like I am going to be in the AI team, I was super excited because as a mass media student or employee in Reilly Center, what we do is we do use traditional things like Adobe and like Illustrator, Photoshop, like every day. But what was new is this AI thing. So initially, I was very happy, and the more I worked, the more I became delighted, because by this AI, I was literally learning new things what I never used before. Of course, I knew about ChatGPT or some writing tools, but for me, it was first time I was working with AI image generator. I was super happy, and I am really proud that I'm working on this project.
Okay, so another question for y'all is, what would you say what was your experience like with AI before this experiment? And this doesn't have to be you using AI. Did you have any preconceived reservations about AI that you kind of were like skeptical of using it, or were you really excited to use it? I know you guys said you were excited about it. So is there any more that you can give us regarding insight on that?
Yes, of course. Like I would say, like I was skeptical about using AIs because I'm a student right now, and all my syllabus says like AI is strictly prohibited. And now suddenly I was into artificial intelligence. I was working with it, so I was skeptical before. I don't know like how much I'm going to use it for my academic projects, but for professional, I'm going to use it. Trust me, I liked it, although that was not something what I expected, but I liked it.
Yeah, I personally, beforehand, I was a little bit not the biggest fan of AI just because I do value human intelligence and just the act of a human doing work over something not real. And if we're being real here, there are too many movies about robots taking over the world to me to completely be like, oh my God. But I'm a never say never type of person, so with a grain of salt. But I did take a class with Lyric actually, and she had a good point in saying that, just because you don't like it doesn't mean other people aren't going to use it. And it's kind of up to you to understand and kind of use it to your advantage as a tool, because in the workplace, if this person is using it, producing better work, quicker work, the employer is going to hire them over somebody who is not. It's about timing in the real world. But it's also up to you to whether or not you want to take advantage of it and then not learn anything at all. So I feel like in between there, you need to find a happy medium.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, that was my restrictions, I guess.
Of course. Is there anything that you guys want to add on this side? Or, what was the question? Well, well, not what was your experience, but what was your experience like with AI before this experiment? Did you feel pretty skeptical of it? Were you excited to kind of dive into it, even though you weren't sure like which team you would be on?
I did not use AI before this. I think this was my actual real first introduction to it, just because last semester I studied abroad in Mexico City, and I was just in my own little world. I wasn't really paying attention to what was going on like technology-wise or what type of new innovations they were. So when I came back here this semester and they told me we were working on this Breaux Symposium on AI, this was very new to me, all of it, and I hadn't used it, and now I know so much about it, so I feel more prepared to use it moving forward.
I just brain farted. Yeah, I think the reason why I just never used AI before was kind of, I just wasn't sure like what all it entailed and this and that, and so I feel like that's why I wanted to be Team AI more so, just because it would give me the opportunity, like I said before, like to actually use it. And I mean, not just like me myself like learning, even though I feel like it's not much of a learning curve, but being around people that are using it at the same time. Yeah.
Of course. So can you tell us a little bit about the planning process for this? What kind of assets were you guys tasked with creating during this process?
Well, for traditional team, we kind of figured that whatever we produced for the traditional team would be what we would use to promote the event, just because we had complete control over it and we could produce it more quickly since we had to like kind of promote, plan, and execute this in like a short amount of time. So we put like a lot of time and effort into the graphics. We did the press release. We did like the social media posting. I think we did some email blasts as well, and a couple of other things. But between us, I feel like we did like the graphics, the press release, all that good stuff, like the promotional stuff.
Yeah, I found, the one thing I did find that I did kind of get a little jealous almost of Team AI, just because I kind of, it was, what's so funny? It was a struggle for me because, so creating kind of like an image or a brand, I guess, is a pretty difficult process, especially, it's a lot of trial and error, I suppose. And so that's what was the case with this, I guess, kind of creating like the identity of the event. And that's kind of what was seen, because that was, all the traditional stuff was put out, because some of the AI stuff was a bit of a struggle. But yeah, so I found myself like almost jealous, because I was like, I feel like the idea of using AI to kind of give me like the ideas, or maybe even like the basis to build off of, was something I wanted to do, because constantly like going back and forth with the design process, it was a lot. But like I said before, I found myself really appreciative of having all of the entire process in my hands, and not getting like frustrated like I saw AI do with some of the graphics they had made. But yeah.
So leading into that, I want to ask you guys, how was your planning process like? I know you guys were tasked to create some of the same things, but with AI, it's a little bit different in having to do prompts and things like that to kind of get what you want out of it.
Yeah, so I would say our first thing we did is research, because we literally didn't know so many things about artificial intelligence tools. It was very new to us. So we researched, we Googled it, we asked our professors, we asked our peers, colleagues, what are the tools we can use to generate writing or generate image? Because this is an experiment. We just cannot use just one tool, right? So we wanted to try as much as we can. So we tried to research first, and then we created an event calendar, where we put everything, when we are going to produce the graphics, when we are going to put that on social media, and then what is the date to release the press releases and email blast. So you might have got email from Reilly Center for this Breaux Symposium, which was written by ChatGPT. So it was like, hey, I'm ChatGPT on behalf of Reilly Center. So yeah, so we had to plan this way before we could do this because this was new. And I would say like they were jealous on us and we basically was jealous on them because the output we were getting, oh, I'm going to show that. Horrible. So we were literally jealous that they have all the control on their hand and we are just getting some outputs which is not presentable. So we had to go for more research and like how we can make it somewhat presentable like that. So yeah, that is my experience.
Yeah, I feel like as far as content, it was kind of all the same. We tried to, like between the both of us, create content that we can compare and contrast within the physical, what we get, and also the process. So, you know, press releases, email blasts, captions, graphics themselves, like all the same, we're making the same content. And just kind of to add on to what she said, it was very much like a trial. You know, try and try again because what was that? Very much. So, you know, I feel like that's.
So what were some of the tools that y'all used in doing these process? I know we have some things like Adobe Firefly. Ginger showed us Adobe Photoshop earlier.
Yeah.
What kind of tools did you guys use doing this?
So basically for writing, we could rely on ChatGPT. That was pretty good. But for creating contents, we used 6 tools, which are like Magic Media, DALL-E, Bldg, Pictoshare, Design AI, and of course Adobe Fireflies. So yeah, that was the 6 tools.
All right, so Adam and Tabitha, tell us about your experience being a part of the traditional style. You guys have kind of touched on it, but what we kind of want to touch on now is what kind of challenges did you guys face using this? I know you said that it probably would have been easier maybe having ChatGPT maybe like prompt an identity for you. So how would you say that, well, what kind of challenges did you think would help with this?
Yeah, I feel like I mean, there weren't a whole lot of challenges. It was just the ones that there were. It was not really big challenges. It was the struggle that was consistent for a while. But I want to say that was honestly all of the struggles that I had. And I'm really happy with the products that we ended up making. And like hearing what y'all were saying about all of the stuff that it would produce, I feel like that's even more so why, again, I'm thankful for having been Team Traditional, because I feel like getting all of that back would have been so frustrating. I would have felt so set back. So I really liked creating from scratch, and then in the end, even being so much more proud of what we had made without being reliant, I guess, on anything.
My only really challenge that I had was that I had to write the press release. And I think I just put a lot of pressure on myself because I knew kind of like what this event was and everything, like it was just like big. So I was like, okay, it needs to be very good, it needs to be concise, compelling, all that good stuff. And I was just putting a lot of pressure on myself, and maybe in this part, like AI probably would have helped, but I just did a lot of research, I read a lot, I went back to the materials we produced before the press release just to get an idea of what I had to write. And I did spend quite a bit of time writing it, and yeah, the feedback, we had to like redraft it a couple of times, so that was also hard. And then usually like we would like put like what we wrote into maybe like ChatGPT or something just to check for like errors, AP style, all that good stuff. I didn't do that, I just did it on my own, and I think that was kind of hard too, just like dotting my I's and crossing my T's. But that was the only like really big issue that I ran into was the press release. So.
Okay. Do you guys feel like there were any other roadblocks that you guys were hitting that y'all had with AI that you just didn't know what to do with?
Yeah, I feel like I know she's gonna talk about it a little bit, but the graphic for sure was. That's why we have 6 sources, clearly. But personally, me, I was in charge of making the itineraries, and you know, we kind of had a little bit of a basic outline already, so I tried to find ways to incorporate AI, and that was for class visits. We had some of our previous speakers go to classes and just give a little spiel, and so I plugged it into ChatGPT and copied and pasted the course catalog and was like, please organize this for me, blah, blah, blah. And it only did it for the most basic classes, like the freshman classes where it has 8 million sections, 8 million teachers, 8 million times, whatever. And the only way it organized it was, you know, MC, whatever, and a list of the teachers. I was like, that is not what I needed it to do. And it just told me this is how you would organize the rest of the classes this way. So it didn't directly do what I asked, but it did it once and said, here's a way to organize. So I ended up just doing it manually because, you know, it was taking a lot of time, but that was the main issue I ran into, was trying to organize, I guess, using it.
Yeah, and for images, so let me show you some image. So this is basically what we got from AIs. So this is called Match Media, where we can put all the question prompt to ask for, you know, contents, the professional one. So we put John Breaux Symposium, so we could not put like symposium, it was the same because there was word limits. And then we put like artificial intelligence, catchy headlines, so I wanted to make it like catchy headlines. And then the dates, the place, the color prompt, and everything. And what we got was this. So, yes, and the interesting thing was we could not re-edit it. So we got what we got. So either we go with that or we just leave it. And trust me, I was so frustrated that like one day I just came to my office and I talked to my supervisor. Like I was talking to Dr. Slocum, like, hey, I'm getting this and I'm shy to show it. Because we were supposed to, you know, circulate everything, like from Team Traditional, from Team AI, and I was like, we're not going to do that. I'm shy. And she was like, don't worry, dear. You will find something. I know, I trust. And then we tried more tools. So this is the second tool we used, Bldg and Days Go. I don't know about Bldg, but the Days Go one, I kind of like that. Yes, like, I like that. Who don't like this handsome guy over there? But I'm not sure, like, is it for this event? No, right? And, yeah. You were laughing at this, but I thought this is the only presentable one I got, right? Yeah, I used PictoChart, and there I put all the question prompt. So that is basically a tool which will give you some prefixed, I would say, yeah, some templates for infographic. So I put artificial intelligence, they gave me robot. So, yeah. So but the good thing is, like, I was able to resize it.
Would you say that PictoChart was your favorite one to use then?
Yes, because I could edit it. So that was the first presentable one I got, and I immediately text Maria like, hey, I did it. I did something. And this is Design AI. This is another like infographic thing. So you cannot change the dimension or anything.
This one was. This is the one I was researching or doing whatever, and I put in the same phrase a couple times into this website. Close the tab out just to see what I would get, and I got the same 3 graphics the whole time, even if I changed the words up a little bit. So I'm thinking more so that they provided templates more than additional AI stuff, just because it was the exact same. But luckily with this site, you were able to edit the text, so it wasn't just a bunch of scrambled letters like one of the previous ones. So I guess if you were experimenting, it is a good meet in the middle.
Yeah, at this point we were becoming happy, like, yes, maybe we can do it, but frustrated because they already had done their part, and we were still searching for some tools which could actually help us. So this is the Adobe. So we have talked about Adobe Firefly the whole day today. So that was the thing what we were getting from this. And the left side one, this for content. So this basically wouldn't give you any text, like this will just give you like gibberish thing. So what we did is we put up the text and we asked this tool to make something like background with no text, like futuristic and something blah, blah, blah. And we put the color theme like purple and yellow. So it gave us that background, the right one. Next one. And here you see, this is the final content we could make. And this is not made by AI solely, because we found out that we cannot get anything from AI which is re-editable or presentable. So we went for just creating the background. So we created the background, and every other text and thing, this panel thing, we put it by Canva. So it is like 50-50. 50% of work was done by AI and 50% by human. So yeah, that is what we like gone through. And this is by team traditional.
Yeah, so some of these are our team traditional methods. Would you guys like to talk more about these? How you came to be?
So I didn't really have too much to help on like with the graphics wise. I did try to come up with some names for the panels really early on, and then we kind of edited them. I mean, I edited things here and there, kind of moved things around, and yeah, they came out really, really good. I think it was a lot of trial and error. It was a lot of people kind of like editing, moving things around a little bit. Like, I think it was like a lot of us. Between like the three of us and Maria, we really just put a lot of time and effort, and yeah, they came out really, really good. I don't know if you want to add anything.
Yeah, I feel like another reason why it was a struggle dealing with the AI is because, like, the one on the right, like, that's a ton of information. And, like, asking AI to, like, squeeze all that in a nice, decent, organized looking manner, it's a lot to ask, I feel like, and for it to look good, too. But, yeah, I mean, it was a ton of trial and error. And, yeah.
So how do you feel now? You are jealous?
No,
right?
No. No, not at all.
Yes, I know. Yeah, so basically this is AI versus traditional, and AI is not all about AI. This is 50% AI, 50% human, and the right side one is like 100% human. I'm happy saying that like there is 50% human in AI, so.
All right, so we're gonna transition to Q&A. Do you guys have any questions? If you do have any questions, please raise your hand, and I'm going to not run, but speed walk over to you. This is my speed, my natural speed, by the way.
I have a question for Team AI. First of all, I want to point out that trying to put text on images in AI is a terrible experience for everyone. You are not alone in that. But because my impression from what you were saying is that you had not used AI tools before. And so there was a sort of learning curve to get there, to even just get things created. I work in adult training, so I'm very curious about, now that you've used it a little bit, do you feel like if there was a next project and a next project and a next project, as you learned more about how to get there and how to do that, would that have helped this process any, or if you had had any formal training beforehand, do you think that would have helped that process?
Yeah, I would say, obviously depends on what you're using, but ChatGPT, for example, if you're using that, I think it's give it as much information, and you might have to ask it a couple times. Will you reword it in a more professional way? Because we were, asking for email drafts or captions, whatever it was real cheesy, and it was just like, I don't think anybody would talk like that. So I think it would just be important to be specific and just kind of show, a basic way of how to talk to it more so, and yeah, just like that, I guess.
Yeah, and I would say like you need to know like like what actually you want to produce. You want to produce like anything like a copy with humor or just a general thing. So you need to know how you command, AI, because it is actually you who is working. AI is your assistant, but not your competitor. So and I would like to have an assistant by my side when I'm working. So I will like to know more about, the question prompt I could give to AI so that it can be more efficient and it can help me more. And after this, like this experiment, maybe I'll be more confident to use AI in terms of graphic, because now we know, like after a lot of trial and error, like now we know like what we can produce, right? So this time, if I am going to use AI to make a professional content, I'm not going to put the word. I'm not going to put like so many things. Like my expectation will be get a background. Like at least for today, I don't know about like after 15 minutes what will happen, because it is like ever evolving, thing, like it is changing like every minute. So for now, I'll feel confident.
I think it's important not to also overload it, because if you're looking at like the graphic, for example, I guess there's two parts to creating a graphic, which is the background and then the actual content. The background is still like a big step, but it's kind of like a halfway. You're not overloading it, and I feel like that as well.
Any other questions? Okay. Your staff. So I'll get you next.
As you go out into the real world, how do you see it being used? And as it is right now, do you see this costing anybody their jobs?
That's the biggest question we have right now. And that's why we are doing this experiment to see, like whether we have jobs after we graduate or we are done here. So for now, for today, I'm happy to think that maybe organization will still need human, because you saw like the output from there, right? At least for now, I'm happy that industry will need me. I don't know about tomorrow. But there is a question like how many of us will be needed, right? So maybe at first you would need like 5 employees for communication in your organization. But now that we have AIs and I can be more efficient with that tool, maybe you will need 2 or 3 or 1. So that remains a question.
I think it's also very much how you choose to utilize it. Are you using it or is it using you? Where you're using it to accomplish all your work, you're not really putting any mental thought into it rather than using it to your advantage as a tool. And I think that, if you're just taking advantage, then somebody can do that themselves or find anybody else to replace you. But, there's value in knowing how to use a tool, and then again, how can you add that to your own skill set? So I think it's also up to you to an extent.
Can I ask a follow-up? For the traditional side, do you see a value then of working the theory behind it rather than a tool like that you had to go to the recesses of your own mind to come up with what y'all came with?
Design theory. Can you rephrase that question?
Did having to rely on your own wit, do you see a benefit of that rather than having, I'm not going to say this is AI cheating, but in other words, what value did you get out of using your own brains to do something that was obviously far superior?
I think, I feel very creative. I really like thinking about things, ideas, and kind of like making them come to life. And I also think I'm a writer, so I really enjoyed getting to do all of that. And I think that's still going to be very valuable moving forward, because I think we're still evolving, and I think we do still need like the human touch and the personal touch to things. So I think like we're going to be okay. I think we're going to be able to like learn AI as we go, especially because like the Manship School and like education in itself is innovating. So I think we're going to learn more about it, and they're going to give us the tools, and we're gonna find like a way to like meet in the middle and like kind of still rely on our own, like our own creativity, but like kind of just enhance it to like adapt, if that makes sense. At least that's how I feel.
I feel like for me at least, at the beginning of the creative process is finding inspiration, and that can come in like many different forms. And so that's why I feel like moving forward too, I am going to use AI, not necessarily to like build up off of, but maybe even just try and like pull some kind of inspiration from it, like generate like a few words that correlate to like this kind of theme or something like that. Just like have like seeing that in front of me and then having those words in my mind gets my brain thinking and gives me some kind of something to go off of and imagine something new, if that makes sense.
With the one of the big issues with all this technology is onboarding and adoption. And I was curious to see when you all were using these tools, what were your, from a user interface standpoint, what were some of your favorite tools to use, favorite UI, and then what components of or design characteristics of the UI that you think would be better for tools to have? Because prompt engineering and that whole thought process is so different than the normal way we interact with computers. What are some of the UI enhancements you think might be beneficial with AI products?
That's a difficult question because I think to answer this properly, we need to run this experiment for some while. But for now, I would say maybe incorporating something which could, give us something relevant. So, like Professor Ginger was showing, like the tiger in the jungle, and that was giving us, a flying tiger with, a purple ribbon. Who can use this? So maybe for now, it should be more concrete about, how it gives you the output for the question prompt you have given. So yeah, with my limited knowledge, I can tell this right now, and maybe we will go further with this experiment because this is an ongoing experiment. We're doing it. We have done it, and we are going to do it for some while from now as well. So maybe that, like after that, we'll have more knowledge to answer this question.
What was your experience?
Mine? Oh, okay.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, I personally I use mostly just ChatGPT and the, experimenting with different random sites that I found to create a graphic. So I also think that I have a little bit limited knowledge as well. Could you rephrase again, let me hear it one more time, please.
I think you were going to prompt it to generate the image. What was something that you felt was missing in the user interface that would have been helpful maybe?
Like the programming of it?
The actual features of the user
Okay.
There were some repetitive words.
It's kind of different across each one. Like you saw the variety of images we got. I feel like none of them quite got what we were talking, what I had envisioned in my head of what this is how I would make the graphic. And maybe that's just because, I've made other graphics before and I've used these colors and it hasn't been so, artsy, like the train one. I would have never thought to do that for something like this. But once I saw it, it was like, to me, I was like, okay, that's the future. Like they're going so fast, their suns and whatnot. So inspiration. So I would the tones were a little bit off, which, maybe they would need more details in their, when they're asking, what do you want us to make? Give more details of what colors, here's my colors, what prompt, yeah.
Did you just say purple and gold, or did you actually give them LSUs?
A lot of them, the one that I personally used, just was like, give me a prompt. And I was like, 2020,
like
24.
Like the hex number or the RGB code.
No.
That probably would have helped.
But the one I had just kind of was like, give me a phrase.
Yeah.
Plugged in a phrase and got some wires and boxes. So
yeah,
I would say maybe more describing words to fix the tone.
Yeah, and also like for writing tools, while I was writing the press release and email was using it, I found the word delve into at least for 30 times. So yeah, so that would be another thing, like, you know, these tools need to improve like the repetitive word, same kind of word. So now I am very skeptical about this delve into thing. Whenever I see these two words together, I'm like, okay, is this written by ChatGPT? Or, you know? So yeah, and you can always ask ChatGPT or like Claudia, like other writing tools to increase the length of your writing, like make it for like 500 words, 800 words, 1,000 words, and it will do it for you. And what you will find is they're giving, you know, they're repeating same line on the first paragraph, on the second paragraph, on the third paragraph. So who would like, you know, this thing, like, you know? So that would be one thing.
Yeah, there's recommendations that there should be like drop-down menus or some sort of design.
Some filters.
Yeah.
Online shopping, but in AI, I think is what we need.
There was even a that came up that people who are very good with writing poetry are better at prompt engineering because they're good at crafting words and using things in a concise format to express an idea. So there are some of these linguistic characteristics that come into play where it's a talent if you have that, but then for the layperson user, if you don't have that, you begin a specialized skill set around prompt engineering where how do you open it up to a broader application so everybody in the design program at a company can all be doing things on an equal plane. You know, and that's going to have to be the engineering, so it's like, where does that intuitive interface come into play? And there's somewhat, and I ask because the ones that I've experienced with, they're very rudimentary. It's like kind of like early Google. It's pretty much, you have to be creative and write out your whole prompt.
Yeah, it's always you, like, who needs to think, so.
Okay, so it seems like one of the major insights or findings from this experiment was that just AI alone cannot do anything. You need to, it's like a 50% human work that goes behind it. So my question to you, and you can simply answer with a yes or no, is, you know how we have certifications for Adobe? There are certifications that people do to understand how to even search on Google better. So because even asking Google the right questions is a skill. So you both mentioned how you needed to be very specific or sometimes change the way you're asking these questions and give it a lot more inputs. Would you all be interested, again, as students, but also as professionals, future professionals, would you be interested in certifications in AI or even classes in AI that teach you how to effectively use AI? If no, I would like to know your insights, and feel free to disagree if it's no, but I would like to know the insights you have.
Yes, thank you for this question. I liked it. I wanted to talk about that. So when I was experimenting on this, first thing, like, I did not know anything about that. That's the major drawback. This is why we needed to put a lot of time on investing, like which can we use. So as a mass media student, I would like if professors or if our syllabi, you know, incorporate this AI, because when you know how to use it, you also know how to use it ethically. Right? So we are talking about not to use it for our assignments, not to use it for our classworks, but the world wants us to use it for, like, in professional field. So we need to learn. So when you learn something, you learn how to use it ethically, academically, or professionally. So you can then divide it, like, you know what I'm saying? So this is very important. Like, in today's date, it is very important to incorporate AIs in your classroom so that we know, like, to what extent we can use it or not use it. So.
I would say yes as well. I think that it would save a lot of time, you know, if you were shown, you know, this is how you would correctly do it. And, you know, Adobe in itself, so much of that you can take a class, but a lot of it is, I need to go watch a YouTube video because I either forgot or I don't know what I'm doing. So, you know, I think it's a meet in the middle. You're going to have to practice regardless, but you're going to skip so many steps by taking a course. And like she said, ethically, I think that's also very important. So I would say yes, it would be valuable.
I would also say yes. I would have loved to learn about this because I think I was a little scared, a little skeptical. But hearing how they would use it, like in our weekly meetings, and seeing what they came up with, what they were using, and kind of like hearing their updates along the way, I think even just like having a class on it would have helped a lot, and I would have been less intimidated by it.
Personally, sign me up. Thank you.
All right, guys, that is the end of our Reilly Center panel. Thank you guys for coming, and please come back for our panel at 6 o'clock with our keynote speakers.
Did y'all just decide not to use Canvas Magic Design at all?
No,
Okay, hello, hello. If you're just joining us, or if you've been here for the long haul of the day, welcome. My name is Lyric Mandel, and I'm a doctoral candidate here at Manship. And I'm really excited to introduce to you today our keynote speakers. Let's see. Our first keynote speaker is Chelsea Sparrow. Chelsea is a Baton Rouge native with a passion for harnessing the transformative power of AI. Now based in Los Angeles, Chelsea serves as a creative and culture and creative lead on Microsoft's global search and AI product marketing team, where she constantly navigates the intersection of technology and culture. From orchestrating global product announcements to fostering collaborative ventures with emerging creatives, Chelsea's work embodies a vision where AI serves as a catalyst for innovation and empowerment. As she takes the stage to discuss how we can leverage AI for our benefit, Chelsea's unwavering dedication to crafting meaningful connections and creative storytelling sets the stage for a future where technology drives positive change. Our second keynote speaker is Avriel Epps, who just defended her doctoral dissertation. So Dr. Epps is that deserves a round of applause. Dr. Epps is a computational social scientist at Harvard University, specializing on the impact of media bias and predictive technologies on human development. With a master's in data science from Harvard, she is a Harvard Presidential Scholar and Ford Foundation Predoctoral Fellow, as well as a fellow at the National Center on Race and Digital Justice. She also leads A14 Abolition, an organization dedicated to increasing AI literacy in marginalized communities, and is its founding director. Avriel's research examines the nature of socio-algorithmic systems and their impact on marginalized individuals' beliefs, behavior, and key developmental processes. Formerly a visiting researcher at Spotify and an ed tech entrepreneur, she has published in both academic and popular publications, including The Atlantic, and is featured in the 2022 PBS documentary TikTok Boom. And finally, our Q&A will be moderated by Dr. Roy Haggerty. Dr. Haggerty currently serves as the Executive Vice Provost of Louisiana State University. As the Chief Operating Officer and Chief Academic Officer of LSU's flagship campus in Baton Rouge, he maintains executive oversight over instruction, student support, and research, while simultaneously serving as the Chief Academic Officer of all LSU's campuses across the state and Chief Academic Advisor to the President. Provost Haggerty has also been a staunch advocate for educating the next generation on how to employ AI tools, and even taught an honors class last fall centered on responsibility harnessing these technologies with another one of our panelists today. And legend has it he got conned into that by losing a bet, so ask them about that later. We're honored to have him join in on the conversation today. So without further ado, I will hand things over to Chelsea.
All right, can everyone hear me? Yes, okay, awesome. All right, hi everyone. Like Lyric said, I'm Chelsea Sparrow, Baton Rouge native, so very, very, very happy to be here. Also, like she said, I work at Microsoft as the culture and creative lead for our global search and artificial intelligence team. So what that means is much of the work that I do focuses on equipping creative communities with the tools to harness the power of AI. Ultimately, we understand that AI can be tremendously, tremendously daunting, especially with the fears of job displacement, but similar to every tech disruption that has come before it, from painting to photography to horses to cars, it is a growing part of our future, and we want to make sure that these communities feel equipped to leverage it at its best. So that being said, we really want to make sure that AI can be seen as a partner and enhancement to the creative process rather than a replacement for it. So a lot of that has to do with reframing the way that we think about AI, reframing the way that we approach it. So thinking about our creative processes, when we are teachers or musicians or artists, the creative process is something that really comes in ebbs and flows. It's not something that's linear in any sense. So we really do see AI as a way to undercut that fear of the blank page. So often in that creative process, the hardest part is just getting started, writing that first draft, getting that first design done. So that's where we see AI being really, really beneficial in the journey. So that said, I want to share some examples of how that comes to life at Microsoft. We work with brand partnerships on a really regular basis across spaces like art and fashion and music to help, again, equip those communities with the tools to understand how to use AI. And one of my favorite partnerships that we've done is with the Hip Hop Museum in the Bronx, New York, and some of the folks that were really instrumental in bringing that museum to life. So very much so rappers who really care about rap as an art form, really, really care about keeping it pure. So when we talk to them about our tools, I imagined that they would be very, very skeptical about AI, and they were, but once we were able to really help them understand how to leverage it as a part of their creative process rather than, again, a replacement for it, it really was something that they were incredibly, incredibly enthusiastic about as it relates to the future of what it could be in their work. So what we ended up doing was co-creating a tool called Flow Scholar, which is ultimately a digital experience for students of rap and helping them guide them through a series of prompts that help them come up with their initial flow, find their initial lyrics, find core themes to write about. So again, it was a really incredible journey in showcasing how AI can be a part of the creative process. And since then, we've been working with them on a very regular basis to produce workshops for music students to show them how they can invite AI into their processes. Another partnership that I really, really love, we worked with an artist called Spence Lee. He is signed to a music label that we partner with on a regular basis called 88 Rising, and he is an up-and-coming musician, very, very talented, multidisciplinary, creative, and this past year he had an idea to craft designs for his upcoming tour that fused two very different parts of his culture. So one being his upbringing in New Jersey, and the other being his Vietnamese heritage. And as someone who is very creative and has a ton of ideas of how to bring this together, but not necessarily the time to carve out what that would look like, we worked with him to produce dozens of iterations of these designs, and we leveraged our generative AI tools to do so. And so there's a quote from him that I thought captured the way that he sees AI really, really well. He said, "I always had an abundance of ideas, but not necessarily an abundance of funding or time to execute each one. With AI, you can map out unlimited concepts, and this is just a tool, you're the one with the sauce." So ultimately, it really does come back to that idea that this is not and cannot be a replacement for human creativity, but a way to inject into our creativity and give us the ability to create more. So these are just two examples of the kind of work that we do, but we work with filmmakers, with scriptwriters, with gallery owners, folks across many, many creative industries that are embracing AI as a part of their processes. And in that drive of resources that you all have on the back of your seats, I'm going to be providing a website with videos of all of these partnerships so you can start to understand, again, how these people are utilizing these tools in their own creative spaces. So now I want to talk a little bit about how you can leverage AI. Now, if you're someone that is deeply steeped in this space, if you are very, very well versed in this space, this part of the presentation may not necessarily be for you, but if you're someone that is scared of AI, if you have no idea how to use it, if you have probably avoided it up until this point, I really do want to give you a foundational understanding of how to approach it. So I want to start off with some basic definitions because a lot of times these two areas can kind of get conflated. So there's a difference between artificial intelligence all up and what we call generative AI. So artificial intelligence as a whole can be described as technology that enables computers and machines to simulate human intelligence and problem-solving capabilities. And this is something that's infused to a lot of the technology that you already use on a regular basis. So Siri, the way that Netflix is able to provide you recommendations for new movies, or even the ways that emails can identify spam and then put it into a separate folder, all of that is powered by artificial intelligence. Now, generative AI is a specific category within that focuses on a set of capabilities that can create new content. So it takes in a prompt and returns a response in lots of different forms. So it can be natural language, it can be images or videos, and that's part of what powers tools like ChatGPT, which I'm sure you've heard of, or Midjourney for images. And the landscape for generative AI tools is one that is massive. It spans across many spaces like research and coding, 3D prototyping. Ultimately, it's an ever-growing category with a lot of tools to test out. But at the core of getting the most out of generative AI, it really is about crafting an effective prompt, and that's always going to include three things: context, action, and details. So I'm going to talk you through this by using Copilot, which is Microsoft's AI powered assistant. And a lot of times when people are interacting with generative AI for the first time especially, they're going to ask a super fundamental question like the one you see on screen. So how do I craft a good narrative? And that's not a bad question in any sense, but the results that you get with something like this is going to be pretty similar to what you would get from a quick Google search. So with a tool like this, you really do want to give it more information to get a better output. So now we're going to talk about what crafting an effective prompt looks like, and we're going to upgrade the one that we just looked at. So Here, instead of saying, how do you craft a good storytelling prompt or how do you craft a good narrative, you can say, imagine you're launching a new product, a revolutionary smart home device that enhances everyday life. That's the context. Craft a compelling marketing narrative introducing the product to a young millennial target audience. That's the action. And highlight key features and include an emotional hook. Those are a few details. Now, what it comes back with is interesting. It says, introducing Lumina, your brilliant home companion. It talks about adaptive ambiance, emotional alchemy, lots of different things. And at Microsoft, what we find in our research is that a lot of people stop here. They say, okay, that's good, I have my response. But the first draft is really just the beginning of the journey. In order to get the most out of generative AI, you really do have to refine the output with as many details as possible to get your desired outcome. So in this example, I follow up with a question like, hey, how can we encourage the audience to take action to engage with this product? Is there a more compelling way to invite them to unlock the future with Lumina? And what it comes back with really breathes new life into that initial output. It gets deeper into the value proposition behind the product. It refines the ways it can help you kind of pull your audience in. And so it says Lumina isn't just a gadget, it's the what if that tugs at your soul, what if your home could reach your mind, et cetera, et cetera. So as you can see, the more that you refine that output, the closer that you're going to get to that desired outcome. Now, that being said, these outputs are not necessarily grab and go. They should very much so be a starting place for your creativity that need to be injected with your own voice and perspectives to really produce the best final product. But I also want to encourage you to use these tools for much more than creative brainstorming. They can help you get through complex tasks that are taking up too much of your time, communicate in difficult situations, summarize complex topics, and a lot more. But it really is an incredible tool that I would recommend looking at as both a personal assistant and creative partner in one. You really can speak to it in a way that's conversational in the same way that you would a human. And the more that you lean into those three core components we talked about, so context, action, and details, the better your responses will be. So ultimately, I hope that kind of gives you a sense of where to start with AI. Again, it can be a really daunting process, but if you start with those three core elements, then there's lots of things that you'll be able to do with it. And I do see AI as a tool that is going to continue to impact our future. So the more that you can leverage it for your benefit, the more that you can understand it and use it as a part of your processes, the better suited you'll be for the future that we all will see. So thank you.
All right, can everybody hear me? Great. I can hear myself, so I didn't need your answer to that question. Hi, everybody. So I'm going to get us a little bit zoomed back today. I know we spent a lot of time today talking about generative AI, but a lot of my work has to do with artificial intelligence in general. So recommendation engines, generative AI, of course, facial recognition technology, computer vision, those sorts of things. And to do that, I want to drop us into one of the most successful, at least in terms of scale, political communication campaigns that we have seen in the recent future. So I want you to close your eyes, if you can for me, humor me, and imagine where you were in the summer of 2020. Maybe you attended a protest. If you weren't attending a protest, you likely saw images of them. Maybe you heard the chants. Maybe you can recall some of those chants. I want you to think about, oh, thank you, the young people. Thank you so much. I want you to think about the young people in your life that year, your students, your children, your young relatives. What stands out for me that year is not just the mass mobilization of people that we witnessed. You can open your eyes now. It was, by many accounts, the biggest social movement seen in human history. But what stands out to me is the young people's experience of it. Young people were fully immersed in this moment, both in the streets and online. And during the summer, we start to see really unique forms of youth digital activism and a seemingly heightened sense of awareness among youth around the ways that social media platforms shape messaging around certain topics. The conversation about systemic racism was unavoidable for youth because it was happening not just in real life, but also online, everywhere on the internet. The entire conversation that the world was having was, in fact, algorithmically mediated. And this, of course, was the organizers' intention, as evidenced by their use of the hashtag Black Lives Matter. It was the first social movement born of the internet, for the internet, and it made explicit use of algorithmic systems of artificial intelligence. And it was, of course, like I said earlier, one of the most effective political communication efforts in modern history. But I would go further and argue that this movement is an example that childhood, much if not all of youth's experiences, and all of us really, not just the digital natives, are algorithmically mediated. But developmental science and communication science has been slow to acknowledge this, which is what motivates the work that I'm going to share with you today. So I want to start by acknowledging that we live in a socio-algorithmic society. And what I mean by that is that not only do social, economic, and political processes impact each other, but algorithms operate at these different levels, shaping and being shaped by their environments, all of these social, economic, and political processes. And those socio-algorithmic systems are not neutral. They often reflect the normative culture that is sometimes hostile to non-white, cis-hetero, able-bodied, or non-able-bodied people. And from the codification of racial logics in Unix, which is a very early operating system and coding language, during the 1960s social upheaval, to the datafication of bodies that comes out of the war on terror post 9/11 and the rise of mass incarceration, computation has a long legacy of explicitly and inadvertently concretizing racial and gender barriers to opportunity. And the groups of people who build and bring AI to market sometimes continue this horrific legacy by promulgating biases in their systems. Researchers have uncovered algorithmic bias in social media platforms, in online games, in criminal justice, law enforcement, education, healthcare, finance, and then generalized technologies like facial recognition or large language models, just to name a few. And the groups of people who build and bring these models to light have produced some of these offenses that we see here, where facial recognition technology can inaccurately racialize an individual in an image, as they did here with this picture of Barack Obama. They can misrepresent demographics of people, right? So 100 generative AI prompts for an American person will produce images like these, which are almost exclusively white. There are no children present in these examples, which is what's most striking to me, right? American people are not just adults. Or, wrongfully criminalize individuals because of their use in law enforcement. There are a lot of different definitions out there about algorithmic bias, but today I'm defining algorithmic bias as the systematic errors in artificial intelligence that reinforce or exacerbate historical forms of oppression. And how do we get there? Many different ways. Through the data generation or data collection process, biases are baked in because of the history, the messy history of being human beings, of being in this society, gets reflected in the data that we collect about society. But also the decisions that developers make during the process of choosing which statistical models, what to prioritize in their optimization metrics, as well as how these models are deployed in the world. Oftentimes, models that are developed for entirely different purposes get deployed in scenarios where they are not useful and can cause a lot of harm. And critical scholars who study algorithmic bias use the theory of intersectionality to posit that algorithms work to uniquely privilege and disadvantage individuals based on the combination of their identity factors. And even though we have lots of research about how race and gender are aspects of identity that work to uniquely oppress groups, the literature on algorithmic bias largely overlooks developmental stage as an intersecting identity factor that might privilege or disadvantage people. And now research in developmental science has found evidence of harmful and differential effects of, say, screen time and social media use on children, and specifically children of color. However, little, if any of it, has focused on the effects of biases in the underlying technological structures of these systems. So on one hand, we have developmentalists who are not studying algorithmic bias, and on the other hand, we have critical AI scholars who are largely overlooking the differing experiences of groups at various developmental stages, children. So youth of color, what ends up happening is that they are marginalized by race, ethnicity, and age, among many other potential intersecting identities. They face potentially higher risks of differential treatment and impact by artificial intelligence systems. Fortunately, we have some well-supported theoretical models, established developmental models that can ground the work of examining AI and developmental processes, and with a little bit of tweaking, or we can update these to reflect the current socio-algorithmic reality that we live in. And so here we have a very famous developmental model. It's Bronfenbrenner's bioecological model. You don't have to be a developmentalist to understand it. Basically, the idea is that we all live within these kind of nesting systems of influence that shape the people that we become. We have our own internal resources, but then our families, our peers, they impact us, and larger institutions impact those people, and ever larger cultural norms and economic norms impact those institutions, and so on and so forth. But here's the thing about predictive algorithms. They don't really neatly exist in these developmental models, because each layer and each arrow, as we have learned today through all of the amazing presentations, involve many machine learning models or forms of data generation that then go on to train artificial intelligence. And you may be thinking, but isn't AI just part of mass communication or mass media? Right? Well, no, because AI isn't just the algorithms that generate or recommend content to youth. It's also the chatbots that deliver healthcare to them, or the tools that police use to decide whether or not to patrol their neighborhoods or to arrest them. It's the thing that alters the way they look when they take a selfie on their phone, or the thing that completes their sentences when they're writing an email or a text message to their first romantic partner. And most, if not all, of the existing research about the impact of tech on youth has viewed these daily use technologies as a form of media. But even popular apps like YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, search engines are not necessarily concerned with the production of media as much as they are concerned with the production of data through constant surveillance of their users' behavior across devices and services not limited to their apps. One could view the technologies that youth use during their screen time as surveillance technologies, and perhaps it would be more accurate to do that. Most big tech companies' primary business objectives are to uncover the truth about who their users are, their identities, their beliefs, their habits, their desires, so that they can exploit that data for political and financial gain. So this class of data generating and data driven objects is different from those that humans have designed in the past. They are tools, but they're designed to operate autonomously. They are machines, but they're designed to mimic human neural processes. They're hyper-individualized, yet hyper-connected and scalable. And their role in developmental context is nebulous. It is seemingly omnipresent and often obscured. Both existing mainstream developmental models and those that center issues of power and positionality in developmental trajectories don't explicitly consider the role of algorithmic systems in these social processes. And so we need to expand those frameworks. And here I propose a new model, the Socio-Algorithmic Systems Bioecological Model of Development, or SASBEM for short, because I know that is a mouthful. And we've got 3 propositions here, which I think many of you will agree or take as truth, but I want you to suspend that for a moment, because we don't have the empiricism to support this just yet, but we're working on it. So the first proposition is that predictive computation directly and or indirectly shapes all levels of the ecology and human context relationships. The second is that algorithms shape psychological and biological development in stage-dependent and stage-variant ways, meaning that people of different ages experience algorithms in different ways and are impacted by them in different ways. And how individuals experience, make meaning of, and are supported or stressed by predictive technologies relates to their positionality to structural power, those different intersecting identities that we all hold that make us either close to power or more distal to it. But the fact that AI can be biased or can do harm sometimes doesn't really matter for developmental science unless there are consequences for youth well-being, correct? And our research is really the first to do that. So this is the first question that we're trying to answer. Does algorithmic bias impact youth in any measurable way? And without boring you with all of the details of the research, I'll just cut straight to the point. The answer to that is yes. We have evidence now that experiencing algorithmic bias does predict anxiety on a day-to-day basis, meaning when specifically Black youth experience different forms of algorithmic bias, one day they also experience elevated levels of negative mental health consequences. Of course, again, we have a short time here, but maybe we'll get to this in the Q&A. There's a lot of nuance to unpack with this, but I just wanted to give you a little taste. But if AI is biased and these biases impact vulnerable youth, what does that mean for us? Where do we go from here? Because we want to make use of these powerful tools. We want to reap the benefits of not having to stare at a blank page and not know what to do, being able to talk to a computer and have it help organize your thoughts. All of those things are very useful in our lives. But I do think that there are a few things that we can think about here. One is that we cannot deploy and blindly adopt predictive technologies without rigorous testing and guardrails to protect those who are most likely to experience the harms of bias, even in seemingly innocuous technologies like selfie filters on TikTok, because selfie filters on TikTok that show racial bias produce negative mental health outcomes for vulnerable youth. Tech regulations must also be intersectional in their approach and take into account the unique vulnerabilities of all groups of young people, not just the default users. We see with regulation that has bipartisan support, like COSA, the Kids Online Safety Act, that there are not special protections in there for those who experience who are likely to experience the most harm because of their vulnerable status. And finally, I think greater transparency when AI is being used is paramount here, not only in communication, especially political communication, but also in healthcare, public safety, and education, as we are seeing these things, these computational systems show up. So with that, I want to thank you, and I'm looking forward to the Q&A.
The daunting pedestal.
Okay.
However you'd like.
You sit where you like and I'll adjust. Is the microphone working? Yes. Fantastic. Good. Well, thank you both for very interesting talks on the research and the work that you're doing. What's the time frame for us here? 20 minutes for Q&A?
Yes.
Okay, all right, perfect. So then my first question is for Avriel. Avriel, is it Avriel or Avriel?
Avriel.
Avriel.
Yes. It's okay.
Avriel. So in your research, you've explored how socio-algorithmic systems impact marginalized communities. Could you discuss what some of the most common biases in predictive technologies are today? I mean, you've discussed some of them, and you showed a couple of examples too, and the mechanisms through which they affect human development. I think I'm more interested in the second part of that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we've seen forms of algorithmic bias in many, many, many technologies. The most famous examples are in computer vision technologies, facial recognition technologies, which makes sense because in a society that is hyper-focused on race, things that can be seen in terms of differences, would show up as forms of algo bias that are easy to detect. The mechanisms by which algorithmic bias impacts youth is less clear. Right now, we're doing a lot of hypothesizing and theorizing, and in fact, the results that I showed you today are among the first to understand or to empirically test the relationship between experiencing algorithmic bias and mental health outcomes. The questions around developmental outcomes can only kind of be speculated now, given the findings that we're seeing around mental health. But if I could speculate a little bit, I would say that we're likely to see some similarities in terms of the way that like real life racial discrimination or real life misogyny or ableism or whatever the oppressive force is, those impacts on youth in real life, we're probably going to see the similar impacts on youth when it is algorithmically propagated rather than human enforced. And somebody had said earlier in one of the panels I was viewing about how it's not the machines are neutral, they're not necessarily good or bad, which I tend to agree with. It is the way that the humans are using them. And of course, there in many ways are not just one human, but teams of humans on the other end that are deploying the machines. And so we have to think about, it is human to human racism or human to human sexism or whatever form of harm that is mediated by a computational system.
Yeah, and I might have a follow-up there. I don't know if you're familiar with, who's now passed away, but Marshall McLuhan, a Canadian philosopher, and he said, he coined the phrase with the book, the medium is the message, and the idea was that whatever medium we use for communication has an impact and influences the message that results. And as you talked about mediating and media, I had the thought that to ask you the question, well, how do you see AI? Yeah, it's a medium of sorts, I suppose. I'm not sure if it's fair to call it a medium or not. This is a room full of experts. They'll school me later. But how would you see AI changing the message that we communicate one to another?
Oh, that's fascinating. I feel like that's actually a really good question for Chelsea, but I will say that, yeah. I will say that I'm actually more interested in how the interpretation of the message or the impact of the message on the human being is changed by its delivery by AI versus a human being. And so there's, I was talking to some of the professors here at LSU earlier about this, but there's early evidence that human beings believe when an AI discriminates against an individual, it's less morally bad than when a human discriminates against them, even if it's the same type and magnitude of discrimination.
There's evidence for that already? Okay, fascinating.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's pick that. Do you have a response to the question about
Tell
how?
me the question one more time.
Yeah, so, well, Marshall McLuhan, Canadian philosopher, wrote a book, I think it was the book, certainly coined the phrase, the medium is the message. Yeah. And it's followed on by a book that I'm sure some here in this room have read, well, not followed on, but it certainly referenced Marshall McLuhan. Neil Postman, who's also passed away, wrote a fascinating book called, let's see, Amusing Ourselves to Death, American Culture in the Age of Entertainment. Both of them dealt with this dealt with the theme of the way, the technology that we use to communicate with each other not only changes the message itself that's communicated, which was Marshall McLuhan's idea, but per Neil Postman, it actually has a fundamental change on culture itself. So how do you think AI, how is Microsoft thinking about the challenges that might create for, modifying culture, modifying the messages that we actually communicate with each other?
It's a really interesting question. I would say we take a really positive approach to the way that AI impacts culture. And I imagine that, I'm sure this is something we'll kind of get into, but that because it is such a large part of what our future looks like and such a large part of the systems that do exist today and will continue to exist, how do we equip those that are in these facets of culture to use AI at its best? Because ultimately we see this as an opportunity to say, hey, how can we make sure that these folks understand how to harness its power in a responsible way, rather than, and I'm sure you're not implying this or anything like that, but rather than kind of straying away from how does AI impact culture?
Sure. Yeah. I gathered that from your talk that Microsoft takes a very positive approach and is concerned about making sure that the use of AI can be equitably distributed and that those who use AI, which won't be long before we all are, and you both referenced ways in which that's already happening. So how do you see the future, Chelsea, of AI shaping creative industries, music, visual arts, entertainment? I think you showed some nice examples of that. Where do you think that will take us in 5 or 10 years?
Yeah, I mean, I think, and I mentioned this in the presentation, I would be remiss to say that there is no foundation to the fear of job displacement. But at the same time, I do really see AI becoming more and more and more integral and even critical to be a part of your creative processes. And as someone that is a marketer and storyteller myself, there is that fear. But I understand, I think someone might have mentioned, I think Ginger, you might have mentioned this earlier, but I foresee a future not where AI is replacing humans and their skill sets, but more so where folks that understand it and understand how to leverage it well have a really, really unique advantage, specifically in the realm of these creative industries. Because from what we're seeing with the brand partners that we work with and the communities that we engage with, there are lots of folks in very creative spaces whose entire livelihoods are built upon these natural skill sets that are understanding how to use AI on a daily basis in their workflows, in their processes, in their creation of art. So I see it being a really critical piece of anyone that's entering this space.
Yeah, I've heard it said from two different sources that I know didn't have any interaction with each other, so I assume it came from someone else that's anonymous, I don't even know who it is, that said that AI is not going to take your job is going to be taken by someone who knows how to use AI.
Yeah, 100%.
And so it sounds like you might agree with that.
100%. We work across, again, lots of different facets of culture, but lots of different facets of kind of the everyday consumer. So folks that work in education, folks that work in healthcare, folks that work in the arts. And again, we're seeing it impact every single part of the world, and we're seeing the way that our tools are being leveraged in ways that we didn't even anticipate. So again, I would really encourage you all, first, it's an incredible first step to be at a panel like this, but I would really encourage you all to become familiar with it because, like you said, it really is gonna be a more and more integral part of all of our futures, regardless of the industry you're in.
Right, good. So I've got a question for both of you then, and that is, and in different ways, both of your talks address this from different angles, but taking it a little bit more general perhaps, how can we train AI to be neutral to diverse political viewpoints without harming marginalized groups? In other words, how do we achieve two goals that seem to be in tension to me? One is we don't want to harm marginalized groups and communities, and the second is we want AI to to be open or to be able to reflect diverse viewpoints. So perhaps Reilly?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'll answer that by saying that I don't think it's possible to develop politically neutral technology. I'm assuming that your question is dealing specifically with things like large language models or maybe recommendation engines and how they treat political content.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. And I'm not sure how we're going to do that, and if I question if it's even actually possible.
Yeah.
Because what we're dealing with is machines that are trained on statistical models that are trained on the speech and patterns and behaviors of human beings.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, we can attempt to cordon off political topics, cordon off racialized topics or things that might cause harm and say, and I feel like OpenAI has done this in a lot of different ways to say, as this AI language model, I'm not going to answer this question. It's like too murky, it's too sticky, like I'm just not even gonna go there. And I think that's one approach to doing that, and it seems like one of the best options that we have in this current moment. But I don't think, even we go back as far as the printing press or, textile machinery that used in the Industrial Revolution, all of these technologies are political in many ways, and they sparked political revolutions in a lot of ways. So I don't think that actually should necessarily be the goal, to figure out how to make something politically neutral, but to think about how can we minimize the risk for harm as much as possible while maximizing the opportunity for progress. And when I say progress, I don't necessarily mean increased productivity or increased efficiency. Those are certainly the stated goals of many folks in the tech industry. But I also mean, like, how can we lift more people out of poverty in the global south? How can we reduce our reliance on fossil fuels? Like, how can we do things that benefit us as a global society, as human beings, by using this technology?
So are you saying that a large language model should not be politically neutral?
I'm not saying, I don't know if I have an opinion on whether or not it should be politically neutral, but I don't think it's possible. So I'm not sure. I have to think about that a little bit more.
Well, the medium is the message once again pops up, and that is, a large language model is, if to take your hypothesis, perhaps it cannot be neutral. Maybe to say it a different way, it's inevitably going to have an impact on political and sociological conversations.
Absolutely.
Yeah. What do you think?
No, plus 100 to everything that Avriel said. I don't know that it's possible, but also, like you mentioned, it really is going to be on the brands and companies that deploy this technology to have really, really clear guardrails around what can be done, and those are things that are happening on a very regular basis. But again, these technologies are very much so imperfect, so there are many things that slip through the cracks, so it's going to have to be a continued priority of responsible AI deployment to have those really, really clearly defined guardrails that exist at better and better rates, because again, today it's very much so imperfect.
Thank you. So a question back to you, Chelsea. Can you provide any examples of how AI has served as a catalyst for innovation within Microsoft? What unexpected areas of growth or creativity have you witnessed?
Yeah. Well, I would say artificial intelligence is very much so Microsoft's top foremost priority. So it is being injected into every single thing that we do, every single one of our apps, and many of our legacy apps, things that have existed for decades at this point, are being given a new life because of the power of AI in ways that are helping people boost their productivity and creativity. And a lot of the work that I do focuses on generative AI for consumers, so very much so for the everyday person, you and I. But I think where the most interesting and incredible use cases are with something called Azure OpenAI, which is a cloud-based service, and Microsoft's way of kind of leasing out our most advanced AI models. And the things that are happening in that space are mind-boggling, from Taiwan Ministry of Education using Azure OpenAI to help children learn new languages, or certain nonprofits using Azure OpenAI to match foster families with children in need. We're seeing innovations happening in everywhere from education, healthcare, art, the list goes on and on and on, but I would say it's a part of everything that we do, genuinely.
So you're seeing it come to bring old, maybe not, you didn't use the word old ideas, but
Legacy,
ideas from the past. Are you saying Clippy is coming back?
Please say Clippy's coming back.
I can't say anything, I don't know, maybe we'll see.
You heard it here first, y'all.
Okay, Avriel, what innovative solutions have you encountered or proposed to mitigate the adverse impacts of socio-algorithmic systems on marginalized populations?
That's an excellent question. Thank you so much. I'll highlight, there are many, but I'll highlight two. One that is can be taken on the part of developers of these systems, and another that can be taken on the part of people who are closer to youth. So the first is this idea of small AI is very interesting to me. Large language models are impressive. They're splashy. They're the reason we're having this conversation in this room right now. I think it's interesting to prove as a concept that we can create a language model that can do any task, essentially. But I think in the future, what we'll need to think about doing is how can we curate small data sets that are small enough that human beings can wrap their heads around them and can actually think deeply about what is happening in them, and make sure that they're labeled accurately, that they do not pose harm to individuals, et cetera, and create language models or algorithmic systems that utilize these small curated data sets for more specific niche tasks. And I'd rather see, 1 million small AIs that can do something really well and pinpointed with a small, safe, curated data set that doesn't rely on exploitation of people who labeled that data, that doesn't rely on exploitation of people who produced that data and put it on the internet, et cetera, then, infinitely more large language models. Like, I feel like we have enough of those, and they'll continue to improve, right? And then the second piece is in the research. I didn't share it in my slides in my presentation today, but one of the things that we found in our research was that for the youth who are experiencing elevated adverse mental health consequences, a buffer for that was when they engaged in ethnic racial identity development. So when they learned about their ethnic racial group, when they learned about the history and the strength and the empowerment of their racial group, and they were engaged in that process of trying to figure out more, those youth had far less adverse consequences of being exposed to algorithmic bias. So I think if we can encourage that, both educators and parents and people who are youth facing, that would be a really good thing.
Fantastic. That relates to a question that I had written down for both of you, and since you mentioned the idea, I'll direct it back to you first, Avriel. How could LSU maximize its impact on Louisiana's people and economy in AI research, given the dominance of wealthy institutions and extraordinarily high costs for training foundation models?
Ooh. Do you want to have a meeting about this next week?
Perhaps you maybe say what a foundation model is, just in case there's anyone here who doesn't, or one of you could say what it is.
Sure. I mean, a foundation model is essentially one of the large language models that a company like OpenAI or, you know, there's a whole list of them on Hugging Face if anyone wants to go see what's being developed right now. Yeah, it's an excellent question, and I think maybe my answer to the last question might be the answer to this question. How can we think about what are the small tasks, the niche tasks that can be automated in ethical ways, and then and with geographic and contextual or geographic context in Louisiana? I think that would be kind of a, as somebody who's never thought of this question before, that is something that I might suggest. Like, what is a problem in Louisiana that Louisianans can start to build community-owned, community-based, community-developed AI around, where everyone has buy-in and everyone has say in the process? I think that would be a really interesting thing for a state to take on, or a university to take on with their students.
Chelsea, same question to you. You're a Baton Rouge native, now work at Microsoft, which has connections to a couple of these foundation models, and deep pockets, of course, in order to be able to train them and develop. How would you recommend that LSU do the best work for Louisiana to help this place prosper in terms of AI?
Honestly, moments like this, I think, like we've said a lot of times over, it's going to be more and more and more important to understand how to use AI. And one of the things that we find often in our research at Microsoft is that people don't get it. They don't understand the foundation of it. They don't know what tools to use. You put the tools in front of them, they still don't know what to do. So we have to have, even beyond training certain models, we have to have moments like this to educate the everyday person about what AI does in a foundational, easy to understand way. That's something that I think even a lot of tech companies get wrong. We talk a lot to tech enthusiasts. We talk a lot to people who are really deeply steeped in these spaces. And we have to do the work to educate the everyday person on what does it mean and what does it mean for my future, because that's where a lot of the fear stems from oftentimes.
Right, very good. You've discussed, I think, Chelsea, using AI for empowerment. Can you provide specific examples where AI has empowered individuals? I think I saw one with the RAP project, or communities, particularly in underrepresented groups.
Yeah, so funny enough, when I first started my journey with AI, I didn't even understand what the answer to that question might be, because we say the word empowerment a lot at Microsoft, but I didn't understand how it would work for AI until working with the second artist I mentioned. His name is Spence Lee. And so, like I said, he's an up-and-coming musician, very, very, very recently signed, so very recently getting resources to do all the things that he wanted to do. And as someone who's very much so a creative, I anticipated that when we showed him generative AI tools, how AI could generate images, he was gonna be very hands-off, very upset about the way that this was coming to life. But he looked at it and said, for someone like me who is just now getting the resources, I can only imagine what this would have done for me 10 years ago, 5 years ago, when I had all these ideas and not necessarily the time or the resources to produce all of these designs. So I do think in many ways it lowers the barrier to entry into some of these creative spaces and provides people the tools and the resources to get started in the things that they love, which is one of the things that we focus on a lot at Microsoft. How can AI help you do the things that you want to do? So that's kind of how I think about it in terms of empowerment.
Good, thank you.
Yeah.
Avriel, could you elaborate on how AI influences key developmental processes, or could influence key developmental processes? I guess with the hashtag, some of the hashtag examples you gave, you might have given one of them already, but how should developers modify algorithms to better serve human development?
That's an excellent question. I think hopefully what the takeaway I would love for people to leave with in terms of my talk is that we're hypothesizing that algorithmic systems, at least in a Western educated high-income country like the US, are kind of present at every level of development. So I'll give an example that a lot of people don't often think about, but I do as somebody of a young child, the impact of recommendation algorithms on parenting practices. So, you know, a kid under 5, a kid in the womb doesn't, you know, necessarily is not interacting with AI, but their parent certainly is getting fed lots of content about what it means to be a good parent, what it means to be actively engaged in your kid's life, and so on and so forth. And some of that is, you know, helpful, some of it is not, et cetera, et cetera. But the force of recommendation algorithms on parenting, I think, is like a really interesting and understudied aspect of how development might be influenced by algorithmic systems.
Very good. Let's see. This is an interesting question. I think it'll be the last one to Chelsea. How would you foster collaborative ventures with creatives using AI tools? How can you use AI to help people collaborate? It could be in creative endeavors, it could be in others as well.
Yeah, I would say oftentimes when we're fostering collaborative ventures, it really starts with the need and understanding as a creative, what are the problems that you encounter on a daily basis? Is it about not having enough time to do the work that you want to do? Is it about not having enough creative inspiration to do the work that you want to do? Is it about not having enough resources? And really approaching those problems as the kind of throughway to say, okay, this is how AI can help solve. And I find that that becomes a really valuable way to kind of bridge the gap, because again, there is a lot of fear in creative industries around the way that AI looks, but once we kind of frame it in the sense of, hey, what is the problem and how can AI solve it, I think that that provides a really great opportunity for collaboration.
Thank you. Well, Avriel and Chelsea, I did a very stimulating conversation, very stimulating brief lecture from each of you. Thank you so much both for making the trip here to Baton Rouge, back to Baton Rouge. I don't know if you've spent time in Baton Rouge before.
It's my second time here.
Time?
Just as lovely as last time.
Yes, good, good, good. And so let's thank both Avriel and Chelsea again.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good job, Chelsea.
And thank you for moderating such an engaging Q&A, Provost Haggerty. I think we have time for like 2 audience questions, so I'm gonna come to you in the back first.
Okay, quick question here. I've done a lot of reading on AI and a lot of work in studying the whole thing for the last year. There's a thread running through this that we almost never bring up in any of these meetings, and that is, how do we as human beings prevent the erosion or maybe even the complete loss of essential mental and physical skills that humans have? There are things that we do now that if we release to AI or we let AI take over, there's a lot of good that can take over. But how do we maintain our humanity in the skills that we really need to keep? How do we play the trumpet? How do we play the piano? Do we really want a player piano or a player trumpet and the humans never do anything like that? And that is a thread I'm seeing in a lot of reading. It's kind of subdued because nobody wants to talk about it.
Yeah.
So can we talk about it?
Yeah.
I love that question, especially as somebody who thinks about youth development and the use of technology in general in schools. You know, we, at the same time, over the last few decades of getting to this point where we are with artificial intelligence, we've also had a lot of research in the field of the importance of the body, right? In learning, right? The importance of being able to write things down to have them stick in your brain, for example. And in psychology and psychiatry, understanding the role of the body and the nervous system that in processing environmental stimuli and like and dealing with various forms of trauma, et cetera. And so I think you're right, and I'm so glad you brought this up. We have the tendency, especially in these fields, but I think broadly in Western culture, to think of ourselves as giant brains walking around all the time. And that's like not the case. Our bodies are very, very important. And I don't have a good answer for you in terms of like the context of AI. I'm not sure I see the immediate present threat yet of we're going to be entering a world where we're not using our bodies anymore, or we're losing, key skills. There are some debates to be had around K-12 education, for sure, in terms of like teaching kids basic literacy through the use of their body, teaching kids numeracy through manipulating objects in the real world. But I do think it's something that we should always bring into the conversation, and I appreciate you doing that, bringing it into the room.
Yeah. 100% agree. I think it is a really, really valuable consideration, and only by considering it can we guard against it. In terms of my own thinking and kind of projecting into the future, I see it similar to the way that photography and painting can coexist, or similar to the way that you have producers who work as like a sound engineer and also folks that understand how to play the violin, understand how to play the piano. I think that tech will continue to be disrupted, because if it's not AI, it's going to be something else, and then something else, and then something else. And so we have to maintain our humanity as, hopefully as a society, but definitely as individuals, because these things, they are coming very, very quickly. But I do hope for a future where both things can be true at once in the same way that we've seen that be true in the past.
One of the things I want to add on to that I love about these conversations, or like about the disruption of, say, ChatGPT, is that what does it mean to be human is like a conversation all of us are having right now.
Yeah.
How do we define that? And of course, philosophers are doing this all the time, probably in a different building from this one. But all of us are not necessarily having those conversations all the time, and we are now, which I think is really important.
It's valuable. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I have a product management firm based in Dubai, and I've in going around the world last year, and we work into crypto, blockchain, and AI stuff as well. The adoption rate is so great in Singapore, Peru, Brazil, Middle East, Africa. When you look at the input data, like you were talking about with the language models, as you have this adoption rate expand much faster than the US is doing, how does that impact the large language models and the RAG models and the other things that it's not going to be a Western influence anymore?
Yeah, well, I will say that I just got off a call with somebody at a team at MIT a week ago, and they were trying to measure how Western the large language models actually are. And I don't think we have a reliable way to actually measure and understand that, but it is logical to think that these were developed in Western countries. The internet has a much greater proportion of text from Western countries than others, and so it would make sense that these would have a Western bias. I think this is actually, I'm so curious to hear what Chelsea has to say, because one of the things about adoption of using these tools is that the text that we put into it through use then gets used to retrain the models later on. And so there might be, there is like a logical train of thought there that like as folks from non-Western countries are interacting, then that proportion of non-Western text in the corpus increases and the bias kind of diminishes a little bit. But another way to think about that, though, is that the platforms themselves dictate how we interact with them. And so if we know that there is kind of a Western bias or a Western privilege, folks who are not from those contexts might be trying to mimic that language to get the outputs that they want. And therefore, they're not talking in their regional dialects. They're not talking in their languages in the way that they would normally talk about it. They're talking in the way that they know that the machine will understand it. And so that presents an interesting problem. That I'm not sure we have an answer for yet, but I'm curious to see what ends up happening.
+1, for sure. Yeah.
Okay, without further ado, can we get another round of applause for our wonderful panelists? I have learned so much from the both of you. Thank you for sticking around. I'm going to turn things over to the Reilly Center Director, Dr. Janae Slocum, for some closing remarks.
Hi, everybody. There's a few faces in here that have stuck around for the whole day. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed it. And if you were just here for this panel, I hope that you enjoyed this conversation. And thank you, Provost Haggerty, for moderating. Thank you, Chelsea. And thank you, Dr. Epps, for being here. I think, did we mention she just got her doctorate? She finished. Thank you. So just a few things. The mission of the Reilly Center is to address contemporary media and public affairs issues, advance diversity, equity, and inclusion, and enable civic engagement and leadership. This event, as I mentioned in the opening, is our signature event, and what we try to do with it is really identify an issue out there that's affecting mass communication, or rather, something that intersects with mass communication, and obviously AI is intersecting with everything. And we don't always get the opportunity to have a conversation from the perspective of all four of our concentration areas or our majors, which are public relations, journalism, political communication, and digital advertising. And part of why we really wanted to do this, besides talking about AI, is that we could talk about how it specifically intersects with those, with the professions that our students are going to be going into. So the Reilly Center is primarily run by students, undergraduate and graduate students. So I want to give a special thanks to all of them. First, let's start with Maria. Is she here? Maria's running around doing something, I'm sure. Maria also is a graduate student here and has taken on the full-time position as the program coordinator. So special round of applause. She's doing 2 jobs right now. Tyasia Mahoney, where are you? Ty played a big role in organizing especially our experiment, as well as doing a lot of research on who to invite. So it is Ty who found Chelsea and Avriel. Thank you. Lyric Mundell, we've been hearing from her all afternoon. Thank you so much. You'll be defending when? May 8th, we will have another doctor in the house. Savannah Schultz. Savannah will be graduating. Adam Chavez, also graduating. Tabitha Langley. Thank you. And then I don't think Emily is here, but Emily Pope is also one of our interns. Everybody really put a lot of work into this event, so I thank you all. Let's see. So if you want to rewatch anything that you saw today, or you'd like to see something that you might have missed, all of the recordings will be on the Manship School YouTube channel. And then also, please, if you want to hear more about what we're doing here at the Reilly Center, please follow us on our social media channels. And we hope to see you again next semester. This is our last event, a public event rather, for the academic year. But thank you again for joining us. Scarlett, oh my gosh. Scarlett, I am terribly sorry. And Mamita, see, this is why you should never actually say people's names unless you have the full list. But Mamita Roy is also a graduate student, and Scarlett Medina will be graduating as well. We had 4 graduates. All right, guys. Well, thank you again. Have a wonderful evening, and we'll hopefully see you soon.